they don't really have any experience with crypto. They don't really know how things work. They don't really know what a wallet is. And we make it really easy for them by having something called a Taurus wallet integration. And Taurus enables you to create an Ethereum wallet basically by signing in with Google or Facebook or Twitter, and then it generates an address for you, and you can sign in with your Web2 login and access that wallet. And so this is the way the Taurus wallet works. It's a really nice way of like starting to get people into the crypto space. But then once the nonprofit starts raising funds on BUIDL, then they start to be interested in like, oh wow, like now I have some thousands of dollars in here. What can I do with it? And then with the whole gig economy, we have a gift farm. We have a liquidity mining program where people can provide liquidity and stake tokens and earn yield. And then actually a lot of the people who are earning donations on BUIDL are staking their tokens in the gift staking pool and earning yield and getting into a little bit of this DeFi. And so it's like we really want to be just like creating these like nuggets of like knowledge and interest so that like nonprofits and donors start to discover like the DAO space. And then as well with the give back program I was talking about, donors can donate to verified projects and get give tokens and then vote on governance decisions in our Give Garden and in our conviction voting DAO. So in this way, we're also starting to teach donors how to engage with the DAO. How like the donors automatically become give token holders, and then they have give tokens. They're like, what can I do with these give tokens? Oh, actually, I can influence decisions of the DAO. And so it's like then over time, we want the donors to be able to donate to the project and then get the project tokens and then vote in the DAO of the project. And so this is like the long-term vision of BUIDL, and I'm really excited about moving towards this because I think it's really powerful that instead of just looking to buy a token that you think is just going to go to the moon, you could buy a token that you think is going to the moon because it's also building all the roads in your community and everybody cares about that. And so in this way that it's like projects can provide abundance for society, and donors can also like see their donation actually becomes an investment, and they can see their investment going to work, and then they can influence the way that those public goods are being manifested and GERS.
Well, I mean, first of all, I can't wait to get more into Give It in one hive without Tulip Swarm, a different swarm, as well as
Acorn for
Avano. Avano?
Yep, Avano.
Yes, Avano. We actually just the other day were talking about finding some organization that plants trees to donate money to, and so we didn't even think like maybe that's Acorn now or Avano, but now are you guys planting trees with drones?
So we're pausing our tree planting until May, and May is when our platform is expected to be launched by. And then we're going to be planting trees, helping organizations to plant trees in Uganda, Paraguay, Ireland, Portugal, all over the world. Yeah.
Sick, awesome. Yeah, I want to get involved with that too. So, and that's kind of the beauty of working in the DAO space is like, I'm going to get involved with all of what you guys are doing. And, oh, that's right. There was a question. 5 years from now, let's see. So something that weighs on my mind really heavily is what I have called the job apocalypse or job apocalypse. By 2030 or 2031, we're projected to lose like 1 billion to 1.7 billion jobs globally. And one of the speakers on the last panel was saying they're raising money for homelessness, and that is awesome. Anyone who's doing that, you're awesome. Lately, I've been making shirts that say "Hire me now," and then I just give them away to people who live on the streets. So I think we need to draw attention to this because what if 10 years from now, there's 100 times more homeless people than there are today? You know, what if there's 20 times more than there are today? So what has been driving me for the last couple of years is looking at decentralized education, because education is already kind of a public good, but it's been, what's the word? It's been captured to a certain extent. Not that it's bad or anything, but just that I think the blockchain is going to give us the power to reinvent education as a public good. And so that's what I see myself working on in 5 years, is building a decentralized school. I wanted to call it City of Doors. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's about it.
So 5 years from now for me, and Ohana, well, I can envision a future where we're paying people that are homeless on the street to go and plant trees all over the world, no matter the location they're at or who the individual is. Anyone could be getting paid to do a regenerative action. And that's the future that we're wanting to create through Ohana. So we are going to be able to do that by measuring and verifying that these actions have occurred, as well as the benefits from them. So the benefits would be measured and verified through satellite imagery, smart technology, IoT, and georeference imagery from boots on the ground, just showing that these actions have occurred and showing this is the amount of carbon or water or soil, etc., benefit from it. So that's the future, and we're wanting to be able to co-create that surveillance solution with any and all of the different regenerative finance organizations and environmental organizations that are wanting to collaborate together to see this future in existence. That's awesome. Yeah.
I just have one more thing to add. Thinking about the future, and in a more general sense, I think that really, if we create more public goods for society, then in the future we won't need to create more jobs. I think part of like what right now what we depend on is people to have jobs so that they can have money, so that they can buy the things that are ultimately like rival risk or excludable goods. But what if we could actually create public goods like community gardens? When I was living in Costa Rica, I spent one Sunday afternoon with my partner building a garden. We just like built like a 3-tier garden, and we planted a bunch of vegetables. And then in a couple of months, we had so much food. I didn't even go to the grocery store. I didn't go to the grocery store for months, and that was just one afternoon's work for 2 people. So I think that like what we could start to think about as we move towards the future is like how can we actually create public goods that everyone can benefit from. Situations where it's like homeless people don't need to beg for food because there's tons of community food available. Like we could plant community gardens, and we could have resources that everyone can access, that anyone can access equally, and then we don't actually need more jobs. And then what we can actually do is just like, we could do so many things. Humans are always interested in like learning and building and creating more. So it's like I think we could just build so many things on top of that, and we can consider the ways that we can actually meet everyone's human needs, basic human needs, with public goods. And I think that's the future.
Nice. Yeah.
I think something also to consider, like we have this basic concept of public goods as self-sustaining economies, but we probably shouldn't understate how difficult it's going to be to get to this point. The analogy that I have at this point, it's kind of like we've invented wheels and we've invented an internal combustion concept, and we know that we have in our future cars, but when we had those two elements, we didn't actually understand how far away we were from having roads with cars that were bringing people from point A to point B. It's complicated technology. There's a lot of stuff that we're going to get wrong, and we're going to have to trial and error and fix it and become better at it. But I think also in combination with that, this skill of token engineering is hard work, and it's a knowledge that most people won't be able to have. And so Token Engineering Commons, developing people who have this skill set of building token economies, these are going to be unbelievably important people in the future, where they're basically the car mechanic of, like, we have this end homelessness in wherever DAO, and it's not working. The token price has been tanking, people are bailing. Like, we got to bring it to the mechanic. We got to make sure this economy is working so that it's actually accomplishing that public good. And it's, yeah, I just don't want to like say that we're here. We've got a ways to go, but it's gonna happen. There's no part of it that's impossible. It's all there.
What's one hive 5 years from now?
One hive 5 years from now is, in my hope, feeding the gardens economies with new technologies that will continuously help make their jobs easier. So we have gardens is the one hive governance framework that is able to work for whatever your purpose is, and there's a lot more to build. Like I said, we're just building the beginning of these tokens economies, so we're gonna have to keep refining how these things work. But in 5 years, my hope is that we have these gardens, token economies that are providing the compensation for the people who want to be working on these projects so that they can quit their day job, quit their boring marketing role that they've had for 3 years, and finally get to work on the things that they really care about working on. That's how I got here. I was doing marketing. Actually, maybe I should talk about that for a second. So my real world job right before this was in sexual harassment and discrimination training. And the thing that brought me to this company was that it was a remote job. And I went to work there the first week and I saw the course. I didn't actually even look at the course before I started working there. And I saw it and I was like, this is bad. This is like not solving sexual harassment and discrimination in the office. And I had a brief few weeks of thinking, you know what, this is something we can fix. Like we can create some kind of training that's going to help people stop harassing people at work or discriminating and making working life miserable for a lot of people. And I gave up on that hope in about 3 weeks. To me, it became clear pretty quickly that this training is something that companies do to check a box so that they are avoiding litigation, or they're saying that we do this just to say that we do this and we're a forward-looking company, but this isn't solving the problem. And I spent 3.5 years working at this company. A, because I needed money. I needed a salary to pay for my life expenses. And B, because it was kind of nice having a remote job. This was pre-COVID. That was somewhat more rare back then. But the day that I could finally quit my job, which I have cryptocurrency's growth in value a lot to thank for that, but really the moment of being able to say like, okay, I can actually be comfortable in not having the salaried role and spending the rest of my life working on the problems that I actually want to work on. And that was April. It's been the best 8 months of my life, I would say. Just finally working on that. It's a good feeling. It would be nice to get more people that feeling.
Amen.
How much time do we have left? We're already done? Okay. Sorry. All right.
We'll
Well,
have to do this again, huh?
Yeah,
I feel like we were even quite.
It was just
We were
getting
just getting
good
there,
right here.
yeah.
Cool.
yeah, we're just getting started. All right. Yeah. Perfect. So yeah, let's go around. How can we get hold of everyone?
Yeah, so I'm Lauren. You can follow me on Twitter at Carmine Acid, or you can check out Giveth's Twitter, Giveth.io. I support constantly, so you can listen to me all the time at Giveth. I would love to get more people involved in Giveth, and we're actually hiring. So if any of what I was talking about is interesting to you, come find me, or I'll point you to Heather and or Grant back there waving his hand. Yeah, we're hiring.
I'm Kyle Stargarden. You can find me on Twitter, Medium. I don't know. If you type Kyle Stargarden in, you'll probably find me all over the place. So yeah, Rainbow Rolls. That is at nftp.fun. If you happen to go mint a cheeky little toilet paper roll NFT, 70% of whatever the purchase price of your roll is goes directly to Giveth, Gitcoin, and RIP Medical Debt. I guess it's not directly. It goes into our multi-sig, but then we send it to them.
For Acorn, just go into the Panvala site, and we are one of the listed organizations on Panvala. And you can find all about us on the Panvala site. Really appreciate anybody that's interested taking some Panvala with our community. Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
So I'd love to everyone give them a big round of applause. And we're doing Panvala HQ on Twitter. We've also shared out. We've also shared out each of their handles, so you can follow them directly regarding today. But thank you so much for our panelists. Next panel coming up is on the accessibility of Web3. We're going to do a quick changeover. If you'd love to grab a coffee, there's also some light lunch and sandwiches, sandwich boxes being put out, so you can grab one of those. And we'll start our next panel in about 2 minutes.
Hey there, how are you? Hey, Humpty, nice to meet you. Hey, Alex, nice to see us. Yeah, thanks for being out here. Yeah, cool. Yeah, definitely. You part of this next panel here?
Yeah.
Awesome, that sounds good. That sounds good. They'll get you. Yeah, that's all. They've been fascinating so far. So excited to just keep on rolling for sure.
Yeah. We'll bring the energy. We'll bring the noise.
Right on. That sounds good. As an audio guy that checks off on my boxes, I'm going to go around and kind of tell people how to use the microphone.
Okay.
Since we're kind of one-on-one-ing, a lot of times we kind of have that tendency to want to kind of do like a broadcast, like a host. That this isn't that type of microphone. So kind of think of it like that top needs to be pointing at your face. So kind of like this kind of motion, about 2 or 3 fingers away,
Okay.
and then I'll get real good sound in the building.
Okay.
And we'll go.
Cool.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And you'll have to hear it again, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Good. Yep.
I know, I'm sorry.
Seat, and we'll take her through a mic check. And, well, not a mic check. How do you hold the mic?
Yeah.
We
No,
get
I got it preview. Yeah.
Thank you. Take a
Ready?
seat. Yeah. Yeah, everything's great. Thank you. I appreciate everything. I haven't seen you. Yes. Yeah.
We each had a mic. Yeah. I feel like I need more than a
Are you
video
ready?
right now.
We're gonna take a
It's
seat.
freezing.
It is.
Oh my gosh, you should grab your jacket. It's freezing.
Yeah. It is freezing. I believe they're working on the heating. I also believe the back door is open because the cables to the generator means I can't set it.
What is that?
So we're putting an order request for heating. But it's a beautiful gallery.
So it's like
One
a
way to have
derivative of
everyone
Big Rig.
together.
So it's a big
So it's
sculpture.
like a 3D printer?
So it's a big sculpture. That
We had
means
Alfie in here,
digital.
lights download.
Now, so if you scan this,
They
it'll
came
pop
in
that
and
out right here on the floor.
That's nice.
Right? And then this.
So I'm just going to give a little bit. So how we're going to go, I'm going to hand over to Humpty, who's going to moderate the panel. We're going to give you your full 45 minutes. We are running a little bit late today, but, we got time. With the microphone, if you could just hold it. You can turn me off. Can you turn me off? So just hold it a little bit up so that you can get good projection in it. And we've only got one microphone, so we will pass it around. Have fun, go from there. But I'm now going to ask everyone to take their seats. You ready? We are live streaming. We're live streaming.
Only because this is my first time.
Oh,
Sure.
yes, of course.
At least in a long
So
time.
we need
since
a
I've been
picture.
back.
Okay, I've never been on one, so I'm excited to have a picture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Share with you later. We'll post it on Twitter.
Well, yeah, I just want one for myself.
Take our seats. We're going to start with the next panel.
Turn into
The next panel is on the accessibility of Web 3.
I don't know about yours.
We are here today.
Empty.
Panvala,
collab
one
for
of the
this.
community in the Web 3
I
ecosystem, has put this day on today for a conversation around building for inclusion. How do we create, or how might we create a Web 3 that is open, accessible, and welcoming? For those of you who might not have been here earlier when we shared about Panvala, Panvala has over 77 communities staked in our community endowment by which to support their community activities, whatever that might be in our community. I wanted to also do a shout out to Orange Protocol, Xeron, OneHive, and of course Panvala for the support that we could be here today for this. I'm going to now hand over to Humpty, who will introduce the panel. Thank you so much for being here.
All right, thank you. So firstly, thank you, Panvala, for putting this event together. I am really excited to be on this panel with the people that are sitting here next to me. I know most of you, and we kind of chat somewhat regularly. And I think each individual person that's here has a unique perspective on inclusion and the work that they contribute to each of their projects. So maybe to get started, we can go around and introduce ourselves and the work that we do, and then we can just get started on the accessibility of Web3. So I guess I'll start with Calderon, core contributor at Orange Protocol. We are building a reputation layer protocol where you are able to take your reputation based on your Web3 activity and be able to leverage that across DeFi protocols, NFT marketplaces, DAOs, etc. So fun stuff. The oranges that are on the table, check them out. It's a QR code.
Hey everyone, Isla from For the Win DAO. We are a venture capital focused DAO on the inclusivity topic, working on how do we make venture capital as a space more accessible to people from diverse backgrounds. And also just increasing the investment going into diverse founders. But yeah, more to come soon.
Everyone, my name is Raghavi. I was previously at PlankeSAO for about 8 months. PlankeSAO is social DAO, media. We build software products, education tools, a lot of activity there. Currently an editor at XHQ, and I'm doing research and research with like DAO governance and organizations. So yeah, I'll be here.
Hi, my name is Anjali Young. I sound super stiff. I'm co-founder and CCO of Bridge. We're the makers of Collabland. Collabland services about over 20,000 crypto communities on Discord and Telegram. and about 3.4 million connected wallets. Yeah, and we have a lot of plans. So I'm excited to talk today about inclusion and accessible onboarding.
Hi everybody, my name is Skylar Van Sickle. I'm with ArtFam.global. We're working with artists, helping give them technology to bridge them into the more digital space, mostly in the NFT space, and also working with larger brands to incorporate a brand storyline that allows artists and to come in with VR as well as NFTs to really continue a storyline into the future for bigger brands.
All right, so I think those introductions hopefully show the diverse perspective of different projects that people are working on. And so with that, I think what I'd like to start with is the beautiful description that was in the description for this event, because I think that we can kind of start with that to facilitate the conversation. And so today we're talking about how we can create these accessible on-ramps into Web3 for the next billion people to join us, use and monetize the ecosystem. And then it goes on to say that currently it takes several months before a person feels like they can contribute in a meaningful way, know how to navigate through different DAOs, and familiarize themselves with platforms that they use. So I think one thing that I'd like to key in on is that next billion users. So the next billion users don't look like us, don't sound like us. So how do we create ways for those people to find a home in Web3? So we'll get started this way, and if anybody wants to jump the line, just raise your hand.
Yeah, so I'm based in Switzerland. I come at it from a perspective of thinking about problems in terms of the whole world. I think there's definitely a tendency for us to think in terms of the developed world, of countries that we come from and how things are there. So definitely thinking about how DAOs actually provide different languages, different approaches, and just the diversity in general. I think so having the diversity in the culture allows you to think about already what are the different problems that people are going to be facing. So that would be my initial input.
Yeah, I think so. I'm a big proponent of DAOs as a way of onboarding people into crypto Web3. I think like education is fantastic, right? Learning about crypto, dabbling with different protocols, buying the keys, but all of that requires some upfront capital, right? And a lot of people that is prohibitory for many people around the world. And so I think with DAOs, the only cost to contribute to a DAO is time, say mental and maybe emotional energy. But the problem is that DAOs are very noisy, right? If you've ever entered a Discord with more than maybe 100 people contributing on a regular basis, that's just absolute chaos. And one of the things I hear from a lot of people is how do I get started? How do I contribute? I want to contribute, I want to join, but I have absolutely zero context. And I've been thinking about that problem, and I think what inevitably happens is the people that do have the context, the people that are sufficiently informed to help build those onboarding ramps, or they have to be passionate about onboarding people into their DAO. And the problem space for DAOs is just so large and so fascinating that a lot of people that have that context, the people that have been there for a while, the people that are plugged into what's happening, are interested in working on other problems and not interested in onboarding. Which is fine, right? I mean, you should do what you want to do. That's kind of the advantage of having such a low-cost way of contributing to the Web3 space. But that ends up creating this gap between people that want to join and people that have the sufficient information and capacity to contribute. So thinking about this the other day, and I think there are two things that DAOs really need to hone in on in terms of onboarding people into Web3. One is, again, like I said, having a clear onboarding process. I think the next two does a fantastic job of this. They have weekly meetings. They have a human connection. With Banking Style, it's you just get a few messages that gives you some some baseline understanding of our mission and values, organizational design, and tools that we use, and then you just kind of get down to the deep end. So I think like having a more sort of soft handoff approach is like a way to help people gain that context, connect people to the right people, and really have a more like human connection. The other is having a clear path towards contribution. I think, like, again, Index does a fantastic job with this. I think Word does a good job with this as well. They have these very clear pathways of how can I start as a baseline contributor and work my way up, right? What is my, like, what is effectively the career pathway for me as a contributor within a DAO? And not a lot of DAOs have that because it's difficult. It's difficult to have conversations about compensation. It's difficult to sort of create that structure. Some DAOs are small, don't have that capital deployed yet. Some DAOs just don't have the scale in which it makes sense to have those conversations. But one of the things I say is, like, if you're looking to contribute to a DAO, right, one, make sure they have a clear onboarding process, and two, make sure they have some type of contributor pipeline so you know what the future at that organization for you may look like. So that's just like off the cuff. Like, I mean, there's a lot more things I can say on this. But I won't talk about it.
Awesome. Yeah, Collab, we think a lot about this. And one of the things we notice is, like I mentioned, we have about over 20,000 communities that Collab monitors right now, crypto communities. And in these communities, maybe 25% of the people even have their wallet connected and have a token. And so how do we get this whole other group of people that are lurking in these communities to get to a token? And what we've seen is that once people have their first crypto asset, that's what gets them excited about learning more. Like, until you have your first crypto asset, until you have your first wallet, you're not in it. And so you don't really have that same initiative, drive, motivation, impetus, whatever you want to use, in order to learn and be more, educate yourself further. And so that's kind of the problem that we're thinking about now, is that what do we do about onboarding these people who are not yet tokenized, but are still in these tokenized communities? Now, two ways that we're dealing with that. One is that we're going to be creating a wallet for them and doing this tipping token where now they will have their first they'll have a crypto asset without even having to purchase anything themselves and own anything themselves. And then it's going to be a custodial solution. Well, it's going to be a multi-sig right now where Collabland will be a signer. But once they have enough assets in that wallet and they're ready to move on to the next level, they can create their own wallet where now Collabland isn't a signatory anymore. That's the first kind of step, is like now they're going to have a wallet and now this is going to be the motivation to learn more. Second is being a part of these Web2 institutions. So right now we're on Discord and Telegram. We're going to be moving to Reddit soon. Go where the people are. Adding a crypto layer to these Web2 establishments is going to be a way to reach these people. They don't have to come to a native Web3 platform. Meet them where they are, add a crypto layer to what they're already doing, and just make crypto one additional part of the way they already are engaging online. Now, the main thing you have to think about when you think about onboarding and inclusivity is, along with mass onboarding, like 1 billion people, there's a huge scam vector. There's so many, like with Collablands, we see how new people come in and they're taken advantage of right away. And that happens because a fire hose of interest and a super high learning curve. This is like the beginning of the internet all over again. Right now, we're still kind of in the place where people don't even want to put their credit card on. And that's kind of where we are with crypto right now. And so along with the onboarding of 1 billion people, you have to think about the fact that there's neurodivergence, there's people with access to different levels of communication, different languages, different education, different assets, you know, their laptop or their phone, what do they have, what are they using? And so it's not, that's what you have to kind of think about when you think about this next group of people, is how do we keep them safe? And how do we make it easy? And understanding that until they have some skin in the game, and by skin in the game right now, I mean crypto, an asset, until they have that, they're not going to be interested in educating themselves.
Yes. I guess where I would start is, to Frog's point, And not only is that space noisy, but the whole broad Web3 space is noisy, right? And to your point, how do we actually like penetrate that noise to where the onboarding process is successful? What we really do when we're working with big brands is help them develop a storyline, because we find that a storyline is the best way to keep anybody engaged, right? And what we see in the DAO space is storylines are formed and they're collectively, told, right? And so that's a really great way of creating community and keeping people engaged. Now, whether it's Web 2 or Web 3, we see like this basic engagement or this basic onboarding into communities happening all the time. So again, to your point, like I'm always asking the question: do we need Web 3 for this specific use case, right? Because some brands we're working with, their customers, their community members are, there's a pushback because they don't understand where their community is going, and they want to be a part of that, right? And so we're working with these brands to help develop that storyline that keeps their customers engaged, right, and helps onboard them through that engagement into the Web3, right? That's how we're approaching this accessibility.
So there was a few things I think that everyone touched on here, but the one thing that I want to explore a little bit further that I think most of us here touched on was that onboarding experience, right? So it's interesting. I think that once you reach a level of participation in the space, we kind of forget how we got started, right? Some of the challenges that we were met with, just trying to learn how to use a non-custodial wallet, right? Like, how do you determine what are good assets, right? What type of communities do I want to join? Like, should I be joining 80, 100 DAOs to figure that out? Or are there better ways to kind of surface these communities and connect with them? So to the point of onboarding, I think it was you, Angelique, who mentioned the wallets and crypto assets as a onboarding tool. I wonder if we can explore that a little bit in terms of how difficult it is to learn how to use these wallets, right, and protect them, because there's a ton of scammers out there. So how can we do better to make Web3 more accessible for those of us who are just getting started? So Angela, do you want to start there?
Yeah, so right now, as you probably know, the most popular thing in crypto right now is NFTs. They're taking off like crazy. Everybody's super into them. What does it take to purchase an NFT? If you think about it, the most popular NFTs are on ETH. So you're going to have a Coinbase. You start with a Coinbase account where you move your money from USD into ETH, and now you move from ETH and you move to MetaMask. And so now you're kind of on your own. Now you're going to OpenSea. You're buying an NFT with what's in your MetaMask. And now with the MetaMask, you have your seed phrase and you have your password, and now all of your assets are in this wallet. Well, and people don't really understand the safety that it takes to hold on to your seed phrase. My Twitter bio says never share your seed phrase. My pinned message is GM, never share your seed phrase. I run the Collabland Twitter. Now our Twitter banner says welcome to Web3, never share your seed phrase, because people send us their seed phrase in a support question. They will say help, I'm having trouble attaching my wallet. Here's my wallet, here's my seed phrase. Can you help me? And then we have to tell them no, and burn that wallet, and you can never use it again. We have to guide them in that way because they just don't know. And that's really where we've gone in terms of this new plan about doing this multi-sig wallet and wallet creation for the new people that join Collabland servers. They don't even have to own any asset or verify with Collabland. If you join a server that has the Collabland bot installed, then a wallet has been created for you with your Discord ID and with Collabland as a signatory. The reason we're doing that is that if you join a community, let's say you post a tweet about that community, you don't even own the asset, I'm just gonna make one up, furry sunglasses. Now, I've joined this furry sunglasses community, and I posted a tweet about how much fun this community is on Twitter. I'm like, I'm not even a holder, but this group is the bomb. Every Friday night, they do this mental health night meditation. And on Saturdays, they do a trivia night. And on Sunday night, they have a movie night. And they all get together. It's like I'm saying this on Twitter, and then 25 new people join, 30 new people buy the NFT, and it's because of my Twitter engagement. Well, I may not own the asset, but now everybody else in that community can give me some tokens, and they can reward me for what I've done in that community. And so now I'm like, oh, great, I have this wallet, a Gnosis wallet. Collabland is one of the signatories, and I'm a signatory. Well, now I've collected up to a certain amount of tokens. Okay, now I have these assets. I'm ready to move on. Now, during this time, this ramp-up time where you're collecting crypto assets, but you don't have 100% ownership yet, you're learning. You're in the community. You're engaging. You know, part of the reason we're adding this type of economy to communities is because we're seeing it. A community starts and then it matures. You know, like, I've been in this great position of being CCO of communities, you know, for Collabland, to see communities grow from like our very first communities, which were all complete DAOs. I think Bingless was one of the first ones. FWB was one of the first ones, even prior to Bored Ape. You know, before NFTs even came and revolutionized and took over communities to what we see now. But I've been able to watch their growth, and I know that having a tipping element, you know, we have 70 communities on tipping right now, and we've kind of watched them like an experiment in a fish tank. And having this tokenized element allows communities to become richer, make those relationships stronger. And so how can we do that? How can we include people who are brand new to crypto and have them be a part of that ecosystem to start? And that's one of our strategies.
So you bring up something, I think, in there that is interesting in that Collabland has this like deep connection with communities very early, like as they're getting built. There's also something that was said earlier in terms of like the token of the community to be able to join that community. You know, one of the things that my colleague and I talk about regularly is like, what makes a community? Like, what is a community? Like, at what point do you know, join, interact, participate in governance? Is a token necessary, or is it just being a member and showing up and contributing and being able to like earn your way in, right? Through that participation, through that activity, through that reputation. And so I'm curious if we can talk about that in terms of like community activism, participation, and how we can surface that within you know, the communities that we are a part of, so that we can make a distinction between the token element of it and the contribution and the membership element of it. So I'm looking at you, but anyone else that wants to take this, please do. We can get started with you, and then we'll go to you.
Yeah, so I have a few thoughts on this. One, just coming back to what Anjali was saying before about trust and that onboarding at the very beginning. And I always have a friend of mine in mind when I think about DAOs, who is from Argentina. He's never had a bank account before, and he has gotten used to at every stage of his life, every institution and every person is trying to rip him or his family off. So his attitude to trust and new organizations that are promising him a better future is very little trust. And I onboarded him to Panvala DAO, and I really think at this point of giving something away for involvement versus expecting payment at the beginning is super, super important to build up trust. But for the Winnick perspective, we are looking at how do we bring people into venture capital. And one of the things that we see is that on top of bringing people in because they have money and want to contribute their money, we need to find ways to bring them in because they have talent and allow them to build up a stake in what we're doing based on what they're able to contribute as a person and as a talent. So we've come up with a VC talent program where they can contribute their time over 6 months, and they earn essentially tokens in exchange for their time, and we don't expect any money from them. So that's how we're kind of taking things.
Yeah, I'll take you to ask a quick question. Well, was talking to something next about this earlier. I think in terms of, or a few things here. So I saw a tweet earlier today from Brian Flynn, the co-founder of Rabbit Hole, and he said there's a difference between community ownership and contributor ownership. Right? Community ownership is you have a token, you are exposed to the upside of the success of the project, you get to participate in governance. Contributor ownership is you have influence over the future of the protocol of the project based on your contributions up until that point. Now, the way that's done currently is, or at least at Panvala, in a lot of other places, is you get paid in tokens for your contribution. But if you're a core contributor, right, if your livelihood depends on the time that you're putting in the DAO, you are liquidating those tokens so that you can pay your bills. Versus, say, a part-time contributor that has a job somewhere else and is able to accrue those tokens without needing to sell them. And so what that creates is a power imbalance where this part-time contributor who has less context, who has less information, who is less plugged in, is accruing voting governance power in his or her wallet, whereas a core contributor who has the most amount of context possible is offloading or liquidating their tokens and basically losing their governance power. And so I think there's a strong case to be made that instead of having a sort of purely token-weighted governance model, you have a reputation-based model, right? Where your contributions affect your ability to vote within an organization. Now, I think the problem there is that there's some issue with civil resistance, right? How can you tell who is civil resistance in the sense that how do you make sure that you're not splitting your contributions over a group of different different accounts and influencing the vote that way? And the other problem is it's very difficult to also define how reputation gets accrued, right? We have coordinate, we have source credit, you can use some sort of personal attestation, but there's no sort of set formula that makes the most sense, right? And in fact, what I noticed is that the sort of core contributors that participate heavily in the DAO are very cross-functioning. And so their value actually doesn't get captured because the stuff that they're doing is very top level, right? Whereas if you're working deeply within a project or a specific work stream, your roles and responsibilities are quite defined. And so if you're using things like source credit or coordinate or on-chain payments as a way of attesting to that person's reputation, the people that are actually sort of involved in meta governance and meta strategy are not captured in that reputation system. And so I think I would personally see DAOs move towards a reputation-based governing model where their contributors are heavily their contributors are able to influence the vision of a project or a protocol instead of whales or just individual token holders. I think whales and token holders do have a place, but I don't really know what that mental health is yet. Yeah.
Anybody else wants to take it?
Sure. So I think the question was what is community? What is proper contribution?
Yeah, the role of tokens versus reputation in the community.
Sure. I'll just take it back to what is community? For us, it's a storyline where the members are following a narrative, right? And so how do you contribute to that? Well, it depends on what's the narrative that's being told, right? There's a lot of NFT communities out there. What's the narrative that Bored Ape, what's the narrative they're telling themselves? Celebritization, money, what's the narrative, right? What keeps people engaged, right? Look at Wall Street Bets, right? There's another community, right? What's keeping them engaged, right? What's keeping your community engaged? What do you want to keep your community engaged? And how do you want to reward that engagement with based on the narrative and storyline that you're putting out, right? So that's our take.
So I think we should probably explore the fairness and inclusivity of reputation versus tokens. I agree with what you said, Frog Monkey, that there's a place for token holders, right? I think that they've taken a risk, right, by either buying or holding tokens. So there's definitely room for them to be a part of governance. And I guess maybe we can talk about reputation both from a fairness, where it's open to anyone to earn that reputation, where it might not be so easy to buy a certain number of tokens, right? So maybe we can start exploring it from that perspective. And Anjali, did you want to get started?
Yeah, I mean, as far as reputation is concerned, that's a huge part of what we're talking about now with Collabland moving forward, is not only do we have access to what token somebody is holding, but we also have access to what roles they're holding, and they're like the data exhaust of their contribution in each of these communities. So now what do we do with that information? You know, it's not something that we thought about when we first started. It was like, oh, token creating is great. This is a minimum viable DAO. That's what we're creating here. And now we're sitting on all of this data for each individual member, and it's, okay, now what do we do moving forward? How can we democratize this moving forward? Not being the holders of this data ourselves to monetize and to keep, but allowing each person, each individual to say, yes, this is my history of how I've behaved in these communities so far. And so it's almost like you don't even have to hold the token anymore, right? Like if you held a token at the beginning of a project, you were an early believer, and then maybe when they got to a certain level of success, you're like, okay, I'm good now. I'm gonna sell out of that project and find another project. And that's your reputation that you're building, which is, I'm someone who can spot quality projects early. So look at me. These are not in my wallet now, but Collabland can verify and attest to the fact that I held these roles at this time. And you can see with the calendar of when these projects started of who I am and what I've done. And so it's almost like a whole new type of verification or attestation that Collabland can do rather than just holding your token. And so from our perspective, it's how can we get this into the hands of the individual person now? How can we give autonomy and sovereignty back to that person so that no longer is there a gatekeeper to verify and validate who they are and what they were, but they can just show their Collabland verification. So verification or verified credentials is where we're moving in that direction.
I'll take a shot. So the question about tokens, right? And giving them to your members, again. For us, you know, we spend a lot of time working on the narrative, okay? Because a token can just be a token, or it can actually represent something, right? It's like a token is a digital something, and you have a skin around it. That can be your avatar, that could be a PFP, that can be whatever you want it, like the token to actually represent within your community, right? So, you know, in that sense, what we start seeing is we have members of the community starting to self-identify with what they want their token to represent, right? I mean, the best example I can give you is animals, right? If your community has a narrative about animals, what kind of animal do you want to be in that community, and what does that animal represent in that community? And then if this person's like, I want to be the lion because it represents this, right? Well, now you get the other members to vote. Does this person best represent that thing, that archetype, if you want, within our narrative, within our storyline? Is that the person we want to represent us in this way, right? So,
Yeah. So another thing in terms of like where reputation, I think, can play into how anyone can earn that in a DAO, and certainly open up opportunities for them in the governance of that DAO, is the ability to reward individuals where, based on their contributions, regular activity, participating in the governance of that protocol or community, they're able to get an additional weight to the way that they can be a part of that governance of that project. So I guess what I'm leading into is token governance broken? You know, when individuals come in and hold a large amount of tokens and don't vote, is there an opportunity for people who are coming in that are big fans of the community and the project and are giving it their all? Is there a way to surface that, and so that those people, regardless of their token holdings, can become, in a way, stewards of the project based on that contribution and participation? Or is there something else that's left to be explored? And again, looking at this from the angle of the people that are coming in to make the project, the community, and the governance of it inclusive to everyone. Anybody want to speak to that?
Can you repeat the question just one more time?
Sure. So I guess just to ask the question, it's more so about how can we open up and be more inclusive in terms of how we activate people in governance within a project or community. And is that reputation a way to allow them to become stewards of the project based on that activity and impact in that community?
After you.
I'm happy to go too.
I'll keep it short this time. So I think like even before answering your question about how does that reputation sort of connect with governance, I think the first thing I want to talk about is like why does governance even matter, right? Why is it important to be involved in governance as part of the community? The cool thing about DAOs and Web3 as a whole is like you have these theoretically flat organizations in which you get to shape the future of that, right? That is the value of participating in governance, is that it is your contribution, it is your signal as a peer within a network of a larger set of peers, all sort of moving the ball forward together. Like participating in governance is probably the easiest way to be a part of that community-driven mission, right? Whereas like again, companies, it's like you don't really have a say in what the CEO does, right? You can maybe talk to him if you know him or whatever, but you don't have the ability to like be a part of this democratic movement, which like undergirds a lot of the governance activity for Web3 protocols and projects. So that's why it's important to participate in governance. It's like a way to buy in, it's a way to be a part of something bigger, right? And not just be a cog in the wheel, which I think is like a lot of the sentiment in working in the Web 2 world, right? You hear about like the Great Resignation, and a lot of that is because there's like a major disconnect between people that are providing their labor and how that labor is actually getting used, right? There's not to get like super Marxist on you guys, but there's this discrepancy between like labor and how that labor gets utilized, right? But in DAOs, you get to participate in the decision-making process of how your labor gets used, and so that's why it's important. So specifically about reputation, I think like reputation should be like a multiplier, right? I think like there's no need to sort of throw the baby out with bathwater. I think tokens are like a great way, right? I don't think token voting is broken. I think it's imperfect. In the same way that like direct democracy is imperfect, but it works in some cases. And I think like we're trying to figure out what are the different governance mechanisms that we use, right? Liquid democracy, representative democracy, holographic consensus, basic consensus, quadratic voting, right? These are all like modifications of token-weighted voting that I think we can experiment with. But in terms of like how do you prevent whales, or how do you prevent not prevent, but how do you minimize the impact that whales have? How do you minimize the impact that people on the periphery that don't have a lot of context have over the organization? I think like reputation could basically just be a multiplier, right? Whether it's like an NFT that multiplies your token-weighted voting, or there's some like smart contract voting that can definitely be done. But I think like that's kind of my take. Is like I think token-weighted voting is fine. I think there's a lot of experimentation to be done in terms of what the right token voting mechanisms are, depending on the situation, the decision that's being made, the proposal that's being voted on. And I think the reputation should be a multiplier for that.
I thought a lot about this too, and from just my experience of being in DAOs, like apathy is such a huge problem. Like, and I know myself, I feel DAO fatigue just being in the DAOs that I am and having to vote and staying on top of it. And I thought, like, how are we going to extend this forward? Like, how do we incentivize participation, number one, and try to protect the people that are the ones that are interested? And it's kind of two things. One is like, you have to find a way to make it fun. I don't know what the unlock there, but there has to be a way to make it fun. And two, there should be some way to delegate. You know, I think about like, if there's somebody, I like the way Humpty's voting, and I like how he's participating in the community, and I see that he's getting a lot of rewards or praise or tokens or whatever. And I think, you know what, for this season or this semester or this quarter, I'm going to delegate my votes to Humpty. And then I watch him. Maybe by the end of the quarter, I say like, how has he voted? And am I going to keep my vote with him, or am I going to switch it to somebody else? And so I think we need something like that, some kind of delegation process, and that can be attached to reputation. And maybe somebody who isn't a whale but has the most reputation points by participating in the community, then I can delegate to them. So that's kind of what I think about, and how to deal with the apathy, the voter apathy, especially when it comes to people who are in multiple projects.
So for us, we tend to look at the utility of the NFT or the token. Like, what is the utility providing for the brand or for the community? You know, is it a speculative? Like, is there a speculative like utility to it? Is there a pure like incentive utility, or like, what's the utility behind that? And then, you know, extracting from that, like, okay, what level of governance should we actually put here, right? And what does that governance look like? As in, if there is a speculative utility to the token, well, we have to keep in mind that we're going to have those, call them silent investors, right? Like you know, backing our community, right? Whereas maybe there's a set of tokens that is more governance based, right? There's nothing to say that you only have one set of tokens, right? So really, again, we just keep bringing it back to the narrative every single time. How can we construct the actual mechanisms from the actual narrative? And then what is that? And
yeah, so I would just slightly change tack on that topic a little bit. Coming back to the reputation topic, I think it's worth acknowledging. So I really like what you said for Monkey about, I don't think tokens are broken. I think maybe we just need to think about how we're allocating them. But I do think a lot about how reputation is based on how people's contributions are perceived by people who are in the DAO, and how most DAOs are largely North American, European, would be, I would say, 80% contributors in most DAOs. And I do notice sometimes contributors coming in from India or South America where the English is not that great, but it seems that they have something really valuable to contribute, but we don't necessarily know how to help them contribute, or we don't perceive their values so strongly because we're not able to communicate with them as easily as we are with people who are from our own culture or from our own language. And so I don't really know what the answer is, but I think it's just something that we need to think about really carefully. How are we actually making it fair in the way that value is attributed to people and reputation is attributed to people? And that's also something that Humpty and I are working on at Backlist DAO. We've been working on the diversity topic where we're trying to think about these problems, like how are we including people from different cultures, neurodivergent backgrounds, genders, everything. But it's a huge problem, and I think one of the issues that I see is that it's really hard to find the data to be able to actually look at how biased are we, because it's not that easy to say, okay, this person in the DAO is definitely a woman, or this person in the DAO is definitely, African American. I would love to have more data where we can do like regression analysis and say, like, actually, it's pretty clear that we're making some biased decisions here, but we don't really have that yet. And especially with the blockchain being so anonymous and many people not wanting to give that data, I think it's going to be a difficult task to work on, but I would really like to see more work being done there.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing that back around here because I think we started the conversation in terms of, what are communities, how can people join these communities, and then as they go deeper down that rabbit hole, how can we be inclusive of these people without necessarily being so specific about token allocations, right? And so coming back around, I think, thank you so much, Isla, in terms of bringing up the global community that we're serving, right? The cultural differences from these communities and maybe the bias in our communities based on who we are, right? Where these DAOs started. So maybe we can talk a little bit about the ability or some of the challenges there and maybe some of the ideas that you personally come up with or through your own communities discuss as how we can be better at onboarding people from around the world that are culturally different from us. Who wants to take this?
Well, I can speak from the perspective of NFT communities. Art itself is international appeal. Like, that's one of the things that I got the most excited about with the NFT movement, is that now we're in community with people from all over the world, and we're bonded together by art, one, but two, this financial asset. It's like, what does that do? Having this language that we all share together, which is this crypto asset, which is this financial asset. It's global money, it's international money. Someone that owns that same asset as I do, that lives in Mexico City or lives in Vietnam, like, all of a sudden we're in a community together and we share something, which on the surface looks like just a financial asset, but can grow into so much more because of these communities. And so they have become, they're really a beautiful place. There are language barriers, of course, there are channels for all different languages. And it's not, speaking English, of course, you still need to speak English. I don't know how we're going to change that. English is still the language of crypto. However, the space itself, like what we're building, these communities, these intersections of culture and language and countries, I mean, it's happening already. I will say that. It's happening already. Like, yes, there's English, and that's just going to be the barrier for now, and we just all have to accept it unless something changes. But the fact that we're all sharing money, we're all sharing ETH, or we're all sharing Solana, or whatever, it's like, that's a thing. That's a global glue that we've never had before. And so the relationships that are growing from that connection, and when we say financial asset, it's, what is that? It's everything. It's how we feel about ourselves. It's about how we feel about how we can take care of our families. It's how we move in the world, knowing we have this much money or that much money. It's completely core to who we are. And so saying that you're connected by a financial asset, it may sound cold, but it's not cold. It's everything. It is our community.
I think the best way I can articulate this is through a story. I have a friend and developer in Egypt, and he's very disincentivized from learning and working in Egypt because of the taxes that the government takes, and the system is not the best. But what crypto allows me to do is buy him a cup of coffee without him having to worry about all that.
Continue.
I think one of the clearest examples of this is time zone differences. So we have, Vegas has a bunch of contributors all over the world. I think we did a survey at one point, it was like 60% the US, 40% not. I don't know if that, yeah, this doesn't count for Europe, but anyway, fairly low. Because, and that's also because, like I was saying, the barrier to entry is so low, right? You don't need to, there's no like financial costs, there's no like legal, contract you're signing to join a DAO, but so I think in some sense, like maybe you're advocating a little bit in that you have this fairly inclusive way to contribute, but then you start to run into problems around cultural differences, language barriers, kinds of differences, and one of the problems that we run into is like there are people, in China, Singapore, India that like are not able to attend a lot of meetings that we hold, right? And the answer to that is like tough luck, right? Like we got to make decisions, and we got to have these meetings, and it sucks that you can't make it. Maybe you can read the meeting notes, right? Yeah, who reads the meeting notes? And so I think like just in terms of management practices, right? The way that we organize teams, the way that we project manage, the way that we collectively make decisions, I think just need to be more asynchronous, right? I think that is one way of creating more avenues and more space for people to contribute, regardless of where they are in the world, what their cultural backgrounds are. I think I'd say like GitLab is probably one of the most advanced organizations that practices asynchronously. All their documentation is public. We're really good about that. But that model of operation is not something that we're used to, right? We're used to having meetings, and it takes it takes someone from that world of like asynchronous organization to help sort of like guide the way, right? And it's I don't know, it's a tough problem. That's just one example. Like we're not even talking about cultural differences. We're not talking about values. We're not talking. Another example is like Pakistan translation bit, right? And we try to, and they're making this like massive effort to like make sure we translate all the media properties, because that's one way to propagate Web3 for the values to the rest of the world. But like those of us that are sort of based in the U.S. and in Western nations, English-speaking nations, like it doesn't come to mind. It's not like, hey, let's allocate budget so that we can take this project and bring the translator skill into into the scope of work and propagate that outwards. That's not the first reaction. The first reaction is like, let's just do what we're going to do. And if someone from the translator guild like comes in and says like, hey, have you guys thought about allocating budget to translate this newsletter in Japanese? Then we're like, yeah, I guess we could do that, right? And so it's a cultural thing too. It's like we have to take the time and effort to actually go and try to be more inclusive. It's not. I don't think it's something that you can like just. This isn't code, right? This is human. This is human coordination. This is evolving. So I don't know. I'm just hopeful. I'm optimistic, but I think it's a problem.
Yeah, fully of course. I think it's hard work, but it's worth doing. Be my point.
So maybe we can discuss one last pitch here, and that is, in the next 5 years, as the previous panel closed with, how are we making the transition from Web 2 to Web 3 easier, more accessible for the next billion users that we claim we're going to bring into this ecosystem?
Yeah. Do you want to? I got to bounce like 5 minutes.
Yeah, good.
I think like there's a lot of ways to answer that question. I think one is the tooling, right? The UX needs to improve quite a bit. Don't burn me at the stake for this, but we have this like ethos of not your keys, not your crypto. Like you need to have non-custodial wallets, but honestly, if a custodial wallet gets you into Web3, go and use custodial wallet, right? If you need to put your money in Coinbase and like that's the way that you get to interact with DeFi and with like Coinbase's NFT marketplace, go ahead and do that. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna gatekeep you from accessing the beautiful world of Web3 because you're not using it the way that I'm using it, right? That's yes. And so I think like we part of it is like we need to like design tools that are more inclusive of the way that people actually use products and not how we want them to use it, but like adapt to their needs. Because we're the early adopters, right? If you look at that sort of tech adoption lifecycle, the people that are like the early majority, late majority, is the way that they use products is not the way that we're going to use products. So in terms of designing stuff that way, I think gas fees are prohibitively expensive, right? I'm like a bit of an e-maxi, but if you guys are if you're gonna be on Solana, if you're gonna be on Avalanche, if you're gonna be on Phantom, that's your way of getting involved in crypto. Go ahead and do that. I really hope that L2s take off because I think there's like greater security benefits to L2s over L1s. But like again, I'm not gonna gatekeep you from participating in the crypto ecosystem because you're not using it the way I'm using it. And then just like DAOs be more structured, man. Like, come on. When I talked about like onboarding, I talked about compensation. I just think like we're still such in the early innings of DAOs, and given that participating in DAOs is so low cost of entry, I think that's a great place for people to participate and really find your niche, whether it's like venture capital, whether it's media, whether it's art, NFTs, and so like creating more structure for those places to be like better, more efficient, more effective, but also be more friendly to these people. So anyway, I have to go. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate your time.
And this might sound a little woo-woo, but patience, compassion, right? Really understanding, like Fog was saying, what are their needs over ours. Just making the process smoother, maybe being okay with changing the language a little bit so that it's, because people know not to share a password, right? So why not call it a password, right? Just a few things that might help, but we'll see.
Yeah, I came from the TradFi world, and we spent quite a lot of time and effort thinking about how to make the TradFi world more accessible to non-traditional investors. And then hopped into DeFi, where we're now inventing a whole new bunch of jargon that we now have to start reworking for people to understand. So second that point. Second also for Monkey's point on user experience. I think in all things, user experience is key. And at the moment, this is really, really tough. And the more that we work on this, the better it's going to be. I can just speak from personal experience. I've been working with some family office investors, for example, who are highly educated, highly Web2 savvy, and I've worked with them. I've worked with them for months, educating them in one thing and another, and then still end up with a call at 7 p.m. in the evening along the lines of, how do I buy this NFT? Like, I've already showed them this, and they're still struggling. And that just tells me the user experience is so far from what it needs to be. So, yeah.
All right, well, thank you everyone for joining us. It's been a pleasure to speak to everyone on the panel, and hopefully you learned something from this and you chat with us afterwards.
Thank you so much for coming out and sharing your perspectives. If you'd like to follow any of our panelists, please go to Panvala HQ on Twitter. We've shared a few tweets with their handles so that you can follow them directly. We're going to just have a couple of minutes break, and then we're going to transition to a fireside chat with Naran, who's our founder at Panvala, and Lee, who is the head of diversity and inclusion for ETHDenver, and they'll be talking about BUIDLing for inclusion. So just a couple of minutes, grab some salads, some sandwiches, some coffee. If we're out of coffee, let me know, we'll get it sorted. We are working on the heating, but do keep those jackets on. I have heard we are warmer than the castle, but you didn't hear that from me. So enjoy, we'll be back in a minute. Hello. We are back with the Panvala BUIDLing for Inclusion day-long conversation on how we can create a Web3 that is very welcoming, open, and representative for all. I put on the screen our event co-op. I'll put it on the screen a couple of times throughout the day. Please scan it. We also have a Panvala quiz we'll be sharing shortly. But what I'd love to do now is hand over. We have a fireside chat with Lee and Naran. Excuse me. Lee and Naran are going to be talking about BUIDLing for Inclusion. Naran is the founder of Panvala and Lee, head of diversity and inclusion for ETHDenver. They're going to share about their experiences. And welcome.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Thanks everyone for being here. It's been a great day so far, hearing people talk about what really makes this place inclusive. There's all sorts of stories you can hear about like what makes it not inclusive. We want to talk more about our aspirations and what we might choose here. So I think one way to kick this off could be to basically tell us a little bit about how you got involved in crypto and Ethereum in general. And then I'll tell my stories.
Well, hello, everyone. It's so good to see you all. Hey, I got friends. I'm so sad. You're all my friends today. So yeah, welcome to ETHDenver. And like Naran was just saying, I've actually been a part of ETHDenver since ETHDenver, like the first one back in 2018. So I've been a steward. I've been dealing with the after parties. I say that, I mean, they're going to be lit. I'm not going to lie. They're going to be lit. But ETHDenver is why I have gray hair. And also the diversity and inclusion initiatives. And so, you know, we always have a long way to go, but we started, right? Things are happening, things are moving. And I think that more awareness that we bring to these sort of topics, the more that it's on everyone's radar. Like one of the big things that I think is that if you are an individual, like you're a marginalized individual, you have to deal with this stuff on the daily. Like a lot of people don't necessarily experience that. And then it becomes when people actually experience like derogatory remarks or terrible situations, then they actually have awareness around it and they have like a new perception. So, but that doesn't happen for everyone. And so here I am with ETHDenver to make sure that voices like mine get heard and that we have situations and placements for us. So we're not standing by and being silent anymore. This space is inclusive, but to build an inclusive space, you need to bring awareness to the things, to the person who's controlling the spotlight, and they're not shining it in corners. And so now I'm in a place where I think that we should be center stage just like everybody else. So, and so with that, I've taken such concepts and initiatives that I've brought with ETHDenver, but I can also bring that to the team at SuperRare as well. So, yeah, and then I guess like a little more background is that, like I said, I'm Lee Knight, and I use they, them, their pronouns. I'm based here in Colorado, and I'm a musician, and art historian, an engineer, and a book writer. So, cheers.
Awesome. Great to hear some more about you. So for me personally, like I got involved in the Ethereum/crypto/whatever you want to call it space back in 2015 when I was much smaller than it is today. It's crazy to see so many people gathered in one place to talk about crypto, to talk about DAOs, to talk about DeFi, whatever it is now. Like it's crazy to see how big it's grown. And for me, like when it came time to figure, when you figure out that blockchain technology thing, some people are like, oh, here's this new thing that I can speculate on, this thing that I can buy that will go for value. For me, like my background is as a software engineer. It's like, here's this new puzzle. Like, what can you do with this new technology? Like, what is it for? So I did some thinking, Started like, well, first of all, I quit my job and started working at Consensus in 2015 to try to figure out what to do with this technology. And that was really like, well, what are things that you can do? Like, what does it mean to have this ledger that the whole world can use, write programs on, and send transactions on? So it's like, okay, you can create these new kinds of marketplaces without middlemen. You can probably create these new decentralized applications and run some sort of sustainable business as a service provider rather than a gatekeeper in these new systems. And then have a long list of other things. The last thing on the list is like, hey, maybe we can find a new way to coordinate public goods, the things that we share, get those funded, because that's kind of the hardest problem. And if you have a toolkit for social and economic coordination, maybe you can use it to solve the hardest problems that are before us. So for me, if this technology can actually do what I think it can do, it's clearly going to have an impact on everybody's life. And to have a movement, which is what I think of it as, that doesn't really include everybody, like it's just not going to succeed at the end of the day. We can't fulfill the full potential of what I think this technology can do for mankind if we aren't inclusive of everybody. So finding ways to make sure that the story that we're living through isn't just about the biggest gains for people who hold the right token, because again, inclusion is not required to make money. Like just to put that out there, it's not required. So if I think the key to actually being an inclusive movement is working on the problems where inclusion is required, where it's not really about making money necessarily. Like money has to be made for anything that's going to sustain itself. But the North Star, the thing that's moving us forward, has to be something besides gains if we want this to have a positive impact on all kinds of people.
But I will also add into that, I do think that the further you cast your net, I think that, by having further steps that you're taking for inclusion, you probably actually will make more money. I mean, not that anything that you do should necessarily be motivated by money, but I mean, money does talk, and money does make a lot of decisions. And so, it's essentially like, why would you not want to have more, be more inclusive with your product, have farther reach, so that more people can understand it, and the more people are just willing to throw their money at you. Because the more people that you include, if somebody creates a product and just even going through registration forms, and I see what are your programs? I'm like, I'll take my money, just take it. You included me, yes, thank you. And so you create this sort of excitement, this stimulation that occurs just by including people. Everybody wants to be invited to the party. Everybody wants to be at the bar. And then when everybody is at the party, when everybody is at the bar, take my money. I'm here. You think I'm cool? You're cool. I'm giving you money. So therefore, I think no, by being inclusive, that should not be a financial motivation. However, but it's really dumb not to, because you're just excluding yourself from the whole entire market. So therefore, you're purposefully saying no, want more money. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, this might be a cynical view that I have, but again, I think if you follow the money, you can kind of understand most people's behaviors, especially corporate behaviors, when it comes to the decisions that they're making. So again, with a lot of corporations are pro-inclusion because they realize along the way that inclusion can make them money. And I think in Web3, that moment hasn't actually happened. There's lots of people who've gotten rich with very homogenous communities, and they're like, things are working fine, we're just gonna keep going the way things are going. And I mean, that's cool, I guess. But for me, if it's about following the money, and if you actually want an inclusive movement, then I think it's really about creating dependencies between one another, interdependencies between people who aren't like you, where the money, the resources that you're looking for, actually depend on you working with people who aren't like you. So for me, the best example that I have of a historical example where something similar has occurred is the labor movement. So in the labor movement, people were trying to organize against employers to get better working conditions, better pay, better benefits, etc. And if you are divided, racially, most of the country was at the time the labor movement was, in its heyday, then it's very easy for an employer to say, hey, we're gonna mess up this union organizing drive and just pitting these people who are different races, different ethnicities, immigrating from different places, let's just put them against each other. They'll never be able to organize and get these benefits that they're asking for. But the labor movement actually overcame that problem. To actually get the goods that they wanted to get from the employers they were organizing against, they had to find ways to build bridges between people who were different. There's a quote that I came across from something that W.E.B. Du Bois wrote in the 1940s. And he said something along the lines of, like, there's no movement that has had a bigger impact on race relations and like people being willing to hang out with one another than the labor movement. It's just so critical to what they were trying to do. They depended on each other for the resources that they were looking for, so they made things work. Not necessarily out of the goodness of their hearts, but they followed the money, the resources, the benefits to a more inclusive movement. And again, maybe that's not the ideal view, maybe that's a little bit cynical, but I do honestly believe that if we find ways to build interdependency between one another, if we depend on each other for the resources that this movement is out to get for us, then I think inclusion will come naturally. We will depend on each other. We will need each other. We won't want to have fewer people to work with because at the end of the day, the resources that I want to be able to steer with the systems that are being built are resources that I need you to get. So that's my North Star for inclusion. Again, even without resources, I still care about inclusion. But like the world that I want to build depends on each and every one of you, and that's why it's so important.
So then I think that brings us to the whole other topic of DAO, so like decentralized autonomous organizations, right? And so I think that DAO is like absolutely the whole a key component in developing that sort of future. And I very much so have that utopian ideal of what we can accomplish with the DAO. And we aren't there, but I still like hold this positive light that we will be able to utilize the power of a DAO to, unanimously be able to make decisions and accomplish our goals. And so, actually, like, I know that we have like some newer people in the audience. Like, who is like 100% solid on DAOs and how they operate? Okay. Cool. Who would like me to explain a little bit more about DAO? Okay, cool. All right, so DAO, DAO, decentralized autonomous organization. And so, in a nutshell, you can use a DAO for anything. I think somebody was earlier talking about in the other room was giving a presentation on creating a DAO to be able to write letters to Taylor Swift. I didn't see it, but that's what I heard. So you can use a DAO for anything, but the main component of a DAO is a community treasure. And so you have a multi-sig wallet so that you all can create proposals, and those proposals will go through, and you have a certain amount of time that's in a line to vote on those proposals. And so depending on the voting regulations within your DAO, more or less, you have to have like a majority or a certain percentage of votes for a particular proposal to pass. And so let's say I create a proposal for Lee needs to buy a new cow. I think I might have some voting thing I do that. Anyway, so Lee needs to buy a new cow. And I want to use the money within that community, that community treasury to buy that cow. So I'm going to put that, create a proposal. He's going to buy a cow, send that out. People will have 3 days to vote because those are regulations of our DAO. We have to have a majority vote. And so there's like 10 of us in the group. And so I need 6 people to say yes within the next 3 days for the proposal to pass. And so the proposal has passed. I will be sent the funds to purchase that cow, which was put into the proposal that I created. And so that's like the basic foundation of how DAOs can be used. And like I said, like there are many other ways to use a DAO, but that's so
the most popular example for how to use DAO. And so, there are, like I said, many other different ways of using DAO. So like at Super Rare, we have a DAO. And so but the purpose of our DAO is using our DAO to onboard a collective of like particular like art gallery that wants to have a space where they curate their own artists within that space within our platform. And so and then this space, so it's called Spaces, and so we have the space race. And so that's like one particular example of how we're utilizing a DAO. And so my goal with DAOs and what I hope that corporate structures will be able to take a cue from us in Web3 is like how amazing would it be, let's say like Apple had a DAO, right? And then submit a proposal. Stop making a phone that I have to buy every damn year, okay? And like, oh my God, here's this new chip. What? Dude, like, just let me be able to upgrade this phone so I can stop wasting material. So, but now you're not gonna give me a charger? Like, come on. Just like, imagine if Apple had DAO and you could submit proposals on how you wanted to see their corporate structures working towards the people and not just how can they make more money. And like, I swear, if they listen to more people and they're doing things that make the people happy, the community happy, they're gonna see something like, I mean, who's gonna know about Android? If like, here's a phone that's actually making something for people because they requested it, like, oh my God, let me listen to my customers. So, you know, that's a way that a DAO could be utilized. And that's like the future that we can see by being able to optimize the voting principles that are established within a DAO to achieve those incentives. And so we're really far cry away from that, but here's my little hope of joy that we will get there. And so all of us here, you know, fighting for that, being aware of that, making investments in the sense of I'm putting my money into Web3 so that I can see that future that I want to see. Will it happen in our lifetime? I don't know. I hope so. But I mean, I'm not going to sit around like waiting, hoping it does and not do anything. And so, like, we were here, you all are at ETHDenver. Like, this is how it starts, being aware of this, and then also creating events like this so that we can include people that get left out of the spotlight because, like, just simply out of ignorance. And so, make a noise, get funky with it, and let people know that you're here, let people know what you are aware of, and you know, care about what you want to see, and don't be afraid to share your voice so that you can get there. And I think, again, that just, I'm hoping that we will continue to build DAOs, we can get involved with them. But just because you have a product also doesn't mean that you should just build a DAO. Like, have a reason for your DAO. Have a reason for people to want to be involved in your DAO. Like, I see a lot of fruitless DAOs being built without a proper agenda. And you're like, you're a multi-sig wallet, and like, your corporate structure, like, it doesn't mean shit. Like, so, yeah.
Yeah, I think that vision you described of like having more of our economy kind of controlled by the people who are the customers at the end of the day is a beautiful vision. Like, to me, I don't know if everybody here has heard the term Web3, but that's one of the, like, there's all these terms for the broader space that's accurate. There's crypto, there's Ethereum, there's blockchain. Web3 is basically this idea that we can build an internet that doesn't have middlemen as the gatekeepers everywhere. And to me, that vision actually goes out to the broader economy, not just the internet in particular. And to me, if that's possible, if that's true, then that's another reason to me why inclusion is so important. Because if we're all trying to basically influence the broader economy, we need to work with other people to make that happen. The example of Apple responding to what their customers want directly, like, they could choose to do that out of their own goodwill. But I think it's much more likely to happen if we organize collectively to put pressure them to make them do what we want. So that to me is literally what Web3 is for, in my opinion. It's to put more of the value, more of the control in our economy in the hands of communities of people like you and me. That's not to say that we want all businesses to be run by communities who are dictating what happens. Some people on that, there's disagreements, but even without direct control, if the value that basically middlemen in our economy are putting in their own pocket, let's use Facebook as an example. Facebook does not do what their users want. I think that should be pretty obvious. Basically, they sell our attention to the highest bidder. Businesses want people to come in the door. And basically, the money that businesses are paying to get customers does not go to their customers. It goes to Mark Zuckerberg so he can buy more and more Hawaiian islands. That is not the optimal structure of society. I mean, I just don't think it is. And again, imagine trying to change that with a homogenous movement, with a movement that does not include everyone. You're probably not going to be able to put enough pressure on the current system that exists to be able to change anything. But if I believe that my ability to get the value that is basically mine, that is my attention that Facebook is selling to people, if I want that value for myself, I can't get it on my own. I literally can't get it. I can stop using Facebook, and Facebook can stop making money for me, but I can't change where the value goes by myself. I literally need you if I want that value to go where I want it to go. So to me, what Web3 is really about, it's about community ownership. It's about shifting value that's being taken by middlemen and putting it in the control of you and me. And again, it's just not something that can be done alone. That's why it's so important to be inclusive more broadly, because the different futures that we play out with this technology, they're not all good. The ones that we're telling you, they sound great, right? They're like a world that you probably want to live in, where the value of that middleman or capturing goes to you. But that's not the default. I think the default is actually hyper-capitalism. It's just pouring fuel on the fire that already exists. The rich get richer, and maybe we have some decentralized systems that have made rich people richer. I don't actually think that's the worst thing in the world. Rebuilding a lot of the stuff that currently exists in a decentralized way without reallocating on the wealth. I mean, that's okay. But again, the potential of what we can do together, if we actually focus on making this inclusive of all people, I think we can get so much more done. There's not that many times in history where the window opens to actually make a change happen, like what's happening right now. And there is no guarantee that we will seize this opportunity. The window can close, and then it'll take another 50 years, another 100 years for an opportunity like this to come again. So I think the decisions we make, the culture that we build as this movement grows, is going to determine what future we live in. Because again, there are effectively no adults in the room. No one is in control of what happens. There's no guarantee that this all goes on a good path. It's literally each and every one of us pushing it in the direction we want to go that determines where we end up. So you need to be a part of what's happening. If you're not part of the DAO, join the DAO. If you're not involved in this broader movement that's happening, you need to be a part of it, because you pushing it is what's going to make it go in the right direction.
There are no excuses. There are no excuses. If you have questions, ask. I'm around. You can ask me. I don't bite unless you ask. And so I'm here. And you're honest here. We are all here. That is why we're all here for ETHDenver. There are no stupid questions. Seriously, there are no stupid questions. When I was first trying to figure this out, and I'm like, hey, you need a wallet. It's like, what in my pocket? What do you mean? We all started from ground zero. I mean, I think some people might have more obsessive personalities and will be up all night, learning and reading everything. I like to sleep. I enjoy it. And I mean, just go to talks, hang out, listen, be a fly on the wall. And then, little by little, start thinking your steps and getting more involved. But don't let this pass you by. And if you are fearful or you're concerned, you're just not understanding, just ask. Like there are so many Discord servers to join. I mean, Twitter is crazy, so you can just hashtag anything and somebody will give you an answer. You might want to research that answer once you get it, but there are people out there that want to help and have you involved in this movement, because that's part of what I hear is that when I first found out about it, actually I first learned about some story time with me. I first learned about I learned about Bitcoin years ago. So when Napster was a thing, and I tried to get a VPN to hide what I was downloading, and I wanted to pay for that with Bitcoin so that it would be traced back to me. But it was weird. So I was going to get this random thing with my credit card, so I left it alone. And then years later, I was in the grocery store and I was trying to buy tuna, and I'm looking at these cans of tuna, and it's like, this one says it's dolphin safe, but is it really? Who decides that it's dolphin safe? Like, what does this mean? I mean, does it mean that they only killed 100 dolphins, and that's okay, or is it their dolphin kill count is 0? I had a midlife crisis in the grocery store over a can of tuna. And then the next day, I was chatting with a friend, and she was talking about Ethereum and smart contracts, and this is wait, Bitcoin, stuff that I was trying to buy to pay for my VPN years ago. Yeah, it's okay, well, tell me about smart contracts, and and it's having this trustless system so that you can. The smart contract is pretty much what it sounds like, and that you can program the transaction between two parties and what the parameters of that transaction you will tell, and then there's no human intervention that can prevent the parameters of the transaction from occurring. And so I was like, this is a way to actually bring trust back into the world. And you just need to use computers. Of course, other people might, I'm okay with that. I've let computers do worse things to me. And so that's how I found this space, and I got involved in it. And then realizing, I don't think you guys know how much power you have as an individual with thought, as a community behind the thought, and just making things happen. I think that is what is so incredible about this space. If you can think it, and you can build it, and you can execute it, and you can make it happen. I mean, just look at how NFTs took off. Basically, within Web3, follow your heart. I know how corny that sounds, but follow the joy. And that is where things are happening. We're not still falling in the same parameters of living in our very corporate world that we have, and needing to go about what society says we're supposed to do. Web3 is a playground, and you can build it, and you can push it, you can get community behind it, you can create a DAO, you can have everything that you've ever dreamed of within a space. And so you just have to be willing to take that first step to make it happen. And if you can, the world is your oyster. And so there are a lot of people that are doing that right now. And there are a lot of people that look like us that are not doing that. And so we are getting left out. We are being left behind. And so I really tell you that there are no excuses, not to make you feel bad about what you have or haven't done. I tell you that so that you get excited, you are motivated, you want to go out and you find answers. Find me, I will help you. And I've got some collabs, and we've got a diversity section here in the second level of Temple for the after party on Sunday night. There's bottle service. Like I said, this is gonna be lit. Find me, I'll give you a collab. And then find me, and I'll give you some Matic too. So if you have any questions, there are resources, there are ways to get help. And I think that it's just so important that we, one, don't let this fall into corporate hands and Apple takes this over, or Facebook. That's fine. Facebook is dead. We've got Meta now, whatever they're doing, that shit show. And then, so we're here. We can't let them take what we are building here. We have to keep this moving. We have to keep this together. We need to work on this together, and that is why we need to have suits that fit everybody, okay? And so we need to be open. I know what suit fits me. I don't know what suit fits you. They don't know what suits fit everybody else, but if you share your suit size, we can all get some custom suits.
I think it's a 44 long. But yeah, I do think that what's happening here is extremely special. If you don't believe it now, I hope that something happens to you this weekend once you see the potential of what's happening. It's not that we're on the verge of some sort of utopia. I don't think utopia exists. It's just that, like, if you imagine what's already possible in our existing economy for the things that benefit one person, they get better all the time. Look at how fast the phone in your pocket has gotten better. Like, the iPhone came around in like 2007, it's been about 15 years. Like, it's way better than it was when it first started out. But look outside the window. Like, how fast are the things that we share improving? They don't improve at the same rate. Like, there is a flaw in the way we organize ourselves. There's no, the flaw isn't in mankind. It's not that we're inherently selfish or that we're just incapable of caring about other people. It's literally that we just have not organized ourselves to take advantage of what we already know can be very effective for things that benefit one person and apply them to things that benefit many people. So if we can crack that nut through new organizations, new economic toolkits, like, again, it's not going to solve every single problem, but the things that you see out the window can get fast, it can get better just as fast as your smartphones do. And that, to me, is the potential here, like, to not be a part of this, to think that this isn't for you. Like, this literally touches everybody's life. You need to be a part of it, you need to shape it, because what's happening is really special. And I think we're going to call it there.
So big thank you to Naran and Lee. Always a pleasure. I think I always go down a rabbit hole when listening and talking with Naran and Lee. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break as we switch over to our next panel, which is navigate. Oh, no. It's great onboarding. Hang on, I'm trying to remember this next time. Let me figure that out. While I figure that out, we do have a quiz, a Panvala quiz. There is a lucky prize that you can get by completing our quiz. If you go to the QR code, it's on Typeform. We're curious how well you might know Panvala. And also there's a couple of questions about developing community as it might pertain to your community. We also have here on the side, you can see Panvala has over 77 communities staked, supporting each other and safety our endowment. You can learn about them on the slide that transition. Please take the quiz. I'll put the co-op slide up again for you to get your co-op today. But we're going to transition to the next panel. Help yourself to lunch. We still have salads, sandwiches, crisps or chips, depending on the side of the world you're in. And we'll take a break. I can make sure I get the right everything.
Yeah, I want to say this. Sorry. Can you put me back on?
The panel coming up is navigating Web3 workforce and while queer and marginalized individual. Please stick around. This is going to be a fantastic conversation.
It was right.
You're right.
All right, I got it.
Hours, like literally 11 to 1 party, 1 to 3 party, 3 to 5 party, and it was all these different
Back. BUIDLing for Inclusion, Panvala day-long conversation. I'm going to hand over to Lee Knight, who's going to moderate a wonderful panel on navigating the world, the work we work with, so I should say, as BIPOC, marginalized and queer individual. So Lee, thank you very much.
Yeah, well, thank you for sticking around, hanging out with us some more. I am graced and tickled to have these amazing women on this panel, and you are lucky too. And so, just to start this off, I would just love to know a little bit more, and I know people, but they would love to know just a little bit more about who you are and what you do.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jen Torres, and what do? I am the founder, CEO of Simply Lead. We're a social consultancy. So basically what we do is we go into organizations and education institutions, and we do anti-racism work, DEI work, workshops, trainings, anything and everything that has to do with really dismantling current systems of oppression and redesigning them, co-designing them with the people in the room. So we don't come in and tell you what's wrong. We sort of co-design after we've done the unlearning together, and we build that up, and then we hopefully create impact and create more equitable spaces. We do that in tech, finance, and education institutions. And a little bit about myself, born and raised in Puerto Rico, been in education and in nonprofit, mostly in organizing, advocacy, and anti-racism work for the last 15-ish years. And built this out with my beautiful partner over here, business partner Simone, and she'll tell me about Sarah, business partner, soulmate, and I'll let her talk a little bit more about herself, but that's a little bit about me. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. She's so beautiful. I would be lucky to be dating her, but we are just regular business partners. So my name is Simone Egwu. I am the Chief Strategy Officer at Simply Lead. Like Jen said, what we do is really focus on diversity, equity, inclusion with a lens of anti-racism. And the way we approach this work is really we think about the action-driven, the need for action-driven and systemic change. So we don't come in and just say, here's a presentation, here's why diversity, equity, inclusion is important, et cetera, et cetera. We really unpack the roots of it. We get to it and say like, hey, this is colorism and this is how it can influence you in like really nuanced and subtle ways. And then when it comes to making change, we say to people like, hey, if you want this to matter, if you really want your organization to look different, you have to take real actions to create real change. And a little bit about me, I come to this work from a long time in strategy consulting. And now I work in global affairs for a big old tech giant. So I have seen sort of the value of DE&I stuff from a bunch of different lenses, and I'm really excited to be able to do this work with my wonderful platonic business partner.
Hi, my name is Layla Saeed. I work with the ETHDenver Homeless Initiative. We lead an advanced collaboration to end homelessness in the 7 counties of Metro Denver. I am responsible for our communications and lived experience work. So the best part of my job is leading a group of young adults with experience of homelessness, 18 and 24, not only to advocate for using the system, but to help make it better and more equitable, and also to invest in them professionally and create a space where they feel valued and empowered, and a space that's culturally appropriate for them and meets their needs on a case-by-case, day-by-day basis. Why am I at ETHDenver? I'm here to bring the issue of homelessness into the tech world and hopefully use blockchain technology and the DAO framework to kind of fill the housing gap that we have. We have a framework for ending homelessness, but even if we create a system that houses people quickly and effectively, there's a gross lack of resources. Simply, there's not enough affordable housing to house people. And all the work that we do is rooted in racial equity, because a lot of people like to blame the individual for experiencing homelessness when it's usually an intersectional situation of systems of oppression, the criminal justice system, foster care system, and just lack of opportunity for marginalized communities.
Hey, my name is Rebecca Palmetto, and I grew up in South Africa.
I've worked in Web3 and crypto for the last 5 years, and I'm head of growth at Ethereum, which is one of the largest DeFi aggregators and messaging interfaces. And needless to say, in the last 5 years, I've seen the shifting, fluid, interesting dynamics of the culture around Web3. And I think just looking at 2021 and the kinds of people that we have coming in, even just the kinds of people that are at this conference right now, it is so, so different from what it was like in, say, 2017, 2018. And yet, there is still much to be desired. So I am really, really hopeful about just kinds of conversations that we're having, the space in which we're having them, and the platform that we have. And really looking forward to learning from all of you. Thank you.
So I'm just going to dive right into nitty gritty. And so I have ADHD, so I have so one of the things that I really want to iterate, when I say non-marginalized individuals, I mean, let's be frank. I'm basically talking about straight white men. Okay? That is fine. First off, we do not hate you. To get that out of your head. Nobody's trying to hurt you. Nobody's trying to take anything away from you. And we all need each other. Like, I need you just as much as you need me. So let's just work together. I'll buy you a shot. You'll buy me a shot. We'll go dance. It'll be fun. And so I just really want that to get across. Nobody's out to get you. We're just trying to create this symbiotic relationship so that we can support each other, so that we can create a sustainable future. That's all. And so, by saying that, one of the things that I definitely want to bring up, because we have such an array of experiences and talents here, is that what tips do you all have for helping your non-marginalized individuals support their marginalized coworkers in the space? Because I feel like there are a lot of people out there who think that they are supporting, and supporting they just end up mansplaining or stepping on and degrading their coworkers. And I don't think that it's coming intentionally from a very negative place, but it's just ignorance around it. So therefore, what tips do you have to share with us all on how non-marginalized individuals can support the marginalized coworkers?
Fantastic question. I'd hate to go down the line for every question. I think there should be more equity of voice. If anyone wants to go first at any point, please. I'm happy to hand over the mic. I think in general, it's really about first recognizing that you own some kind of privilege. I think at times it's really easy for white folks to be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Is this rude? Not really racist, right? That line between this is racist, this is not just rude, or this is not just unprofessional, things like that. But I think it's really being able to understand and being able to be aware or conscious about that sort of racial awakening and understanding the lines of oppression. I think you also need to want to learn, and you want to be able to ask those questions to other folks in the room and not think that you have all of the answers, because a lot of times if you're white and you've grown up in the US, most likely you're pretty ignorant to a lot of things, right? You've grown up in a society that has basically given you everything and taught you culturally that you're superior to everything else and you need not learn anything else. So you really do, whether you consciously or unconsciously do it, have some sort of ignorance. Be okay with that and be open to that, be vulnerable to that, and ask other folks in the room what they need and open it up to other folks.
Fiction, I love it. I think to expand on that a little further, understanding that, there are folks who have an experience that is different from yours, and that's perfectly okay. I think sometimes marginalized voices get silenced when folks who are in power assume that their experience is the only real and true one. We see that in ways when folks question, was this interaction racist? Maybe they were just being rude. Was this interaction sexist, homophobic, so on and so forth? So releasing yourself from that need to question someone else's experience just because it doesn't reflect your own, first and foremost. And then in thinking in more tangible ways, how do you notice folks being marginalized in your day-to-day? Who is For example, who is at the table in a meeting? Who should be at the table? If you notice that someone is getting spoken over, use your privilege, your power as someone who's respected in that meeting to be like, what was so-and-so saying? Bring that attention back to them. Give credit to people who you're working with who might not be getting the credit. Go above and beyond for your marginalized folks, recognizing that we are the minority. And if you have the majority experience, part of your responsibility is to look that up.
I think one of the most important things that we can do is have empathy and treat people the way that they want to be treated. And we call it the platinum rule. And in order to do that, you have to actually get to know people. You have to be comfortable having uncomfortable conversations about race, about experience, about gender, and just ask questions, be vulnerable. People so easily get defensive because they feel like they're being personally attacked when someone's trying to explain their own personal experience. And there's no reason for that. We are coming at systems of oppression. We're not coming at you. Those were embedded in you. Audre Lorde said, the true focus of revolutionary change is never merely the oppressive situations which we seek to escape, but the peace of the oppressor that is planted within each of us, that knows only the oppressor's tactics and the oppressor's relationships. So each of us, even marginalized individuals, has that piece or pieces of the oppressor planted within each of us. And it is up to us, it's our personal work, our life's journey to unroot that piece by piece. But we can only do that by having conversations with other people, by including them in our spaces, and then by giving them space, allowing them to take up space, and not stepping in it.
Yeah, something that I have experienced in trying to navigate this topic, specifically working in crypto, what you might describe as like the corporate side of things. I've worked with many teams where the majority of the time, the entire team is technical, the entire team is white, male, a lot of the time also Russian, which is a very interesting thing about crypto. And I actually feel like to the question of like what tips do we give, what I found in my experience a lot is that you need to even start in the place of why is this important? Like why do we even care that we have more women on our team, more people of color on our team, more non-technical people on our team, right? Because I think like under the umbrella of inclusive and diverse, that exists along multiple dimensions. And what I love about all of this is that we're talking about creating spaces in which people can feel welcome. And something that I've realized that I needed to change in how I was approaching this topic was, this isn't just a case of we want you to feel safe in this space, right? We want to make sure that you're not experiencing microaggressions, that we're kind of checking the boxes on like, are we making sure that we're treated well as employees? And especially in the context of Web3, this is about how do we create space where people thrive, right? How do we create a space where inclusivity isn't just this thing of we have all the people on the team and all the people on the table. It's like, are they at the table and are they thriving? Are they participating in decision making? Are they having their voice heard? Are they contributing in a meaningful way? And I think that like that nuance is so important. Because the reality is that we can sit here and we can have this conversation amongst ourselves, and this is all so intuitive for us, right? Like you talk to me about the work that you're doing, and I listen to that, and I'm like, that is so important. But what I also want to see is how can we make that intuitiveness the same for people who maybe did not grow up with our experiences, right? And I think like maybe this is what you were talking about that kind of a reciprocal nature of attacking these issues, is that the work is not all on us. It has to be something that we do together. And so that's not a tip, but it's context that I think you're constantly going to kind of like, it's like a wall that you're constantly going to rush into, because it's like you can't do work all by yourself, and so much of it is first explaining why it's valuable in the first place.
Yeah, I think that these
tips and commentary have been so wonderful, and then I'm just going to add my little stamp on top of that. Just listen. Listen to people. Don't always need to take up the room with your words. Listen. More than you can imagine. Just so then my next question, as we are navigating these spaces, and you are seeing your coworkers being put down, and vice versa. Do you all have any tips for managing discriminatory conflict? Let's start there.
Yeah,
Let's start there.
I want to hear your tips.
Well, okay.
You're the experts.
Okay.
I'll start and then you start and then okay, equity of voice matters. So this is a really tough one, right? Because I think what's challenging for marginalized folks is that a lot of times our pushback is interpreted as hostile or aggressive or what have you. I think one thing, there are first sort of like the cliche, stereotypical things that perhaps like you were saying, Rebecca, are intuitive or more cliche to folks who've been having negative experiences. Document as much as you can, get things in writing, when possible, have a third party to witness conversations. And then things that I think are useful just in interpersonal interaction, because sometimes it's not that simple, right, as getting something in writing or making sure that someone's in a meeting. I like to put questions back on folks a lot of times. Someone's asking me something that feels a little problematic. I'll be like, well, what do you think? Or where's that thought coming from? Explain that to me. Having had interactions where folks have told me I'm aggressive in the workplace, and this is just how I talk, I'm talking to me all the time, I'm like, well, can you give me examples? Like, what do you mean? I would love to understand so that I can avoid triggering you. And kind of putting that onus back on the person who's accusing you of something. One idea, obviously, we all work in different places and have different people and superiors to deal with, but I think taking the energy off of yourself as the accuser, as we're sometimes painted to be, can be helpful.
You are so cute. I think to add, that was fantastic. Thank you, Simone. I think to add to that, it's also about really doing the work up front as well in terms of building relationships and trust with the folks in the room. And so I'm born and raised in Puerto Rico. I moved to Boulder, Colorado, in the middle of nowhere. I was absolutely culture shocked. And it really took a long time to understand the people here, the culture here, and go through the process of figuring that out and navigating who you are in that space and understanding what microaggressions are, what is happening in the space to me and to other folks. But I think really, just to go off of what you were saying earlier, just building that empathy and really sharing those experiences with other folks in the room to be able to then have those difficult conversations, to push back, to question, without it becoming some sort of a stereotype because you are angry or you are this or you are that, or you're a loud Latina, whatever is coming at you. I think it's really about building those relationships and that empathy and then being able to push and question folks in the room.
I really love that you highlighted that, because I think that oftentimes the success of that conversation or that interaction, which might be a conflict situation, is really, really dependent on relationships that you built beforehand. And I think this is where within companies, organizations, having conversations around organizational culture is so important. And organizational culture around some of these hairy or sensitive issues, right? Like the reason we have agreements is so that when we are in a context of disagreeing, we have something to fall back on. And I see this so often in DAOs, for example, where it's like you're focused on the work that's been done, you're focused on building and shipping, and you're not focusing on what are we going to fall back on when things get a little bit tricky, right? Like, where is the trust relationship that has been built? Where is the listening, the agreement to be like, I might not understand the context from which you're coming, but I'm going to make the effort. I'm going to give you the space. I'm not going to just come with my own assumptions. And that's difficult work. That is very nuanced work. That takes emotional intelligence. That takes time, right? I think, again, just speaking from my own experience, something that I've noticed is that too often in the corner of Web3, where it's like there's a lot of focus on shipping out products and things like that, there's not enough time and money put into dealing with issues of organizational culture, right? We're not hiring people who are experts in these. We're hiring the 30th developer on the team, who's like the 30th male on the team. So I think like just making sure that we put in the individual effort, but also just like the top-down cash dollar resources kind of effort before we get to that base of the conflict is really important.
A lot of incredible things were already said. So the main thing that I just want to emphasize is that we can only move as fast as the speed of trust. And if we are at the cusp of creating a whole new internet culture, wouldn't it be great if we got it, if we got the equity piece right from the start, instead of having to fight to rework this like 5, 10, 20 years down the line. So I the nonprofit world and the tech world, they move at two completely different speeds. Okay. And y'all are great for that. But at the end of the day, like, slow yourselves down and really nourish the whole person that's contributing to your team, that's contributing to the work. Because if you're not creating a healthy culture from the start, you're just going to have problems in the future that are going to be so much more difficult to correct. And we need to be thoughtful and intentional when creating equitable systems, because we're inherently biased. So if we're not taking the time and intention to deconstruct our own biases and reconstruct equitable systems, then we're inherently making flawed, inequitable systems.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. So then, who writes code here? Keep your hand up if you like refactoring the code. Yeah, that's weird. Okay, so if we're here right now, we're writing our code, who wants to go back and change it? Same thing with diversity and inclusion. Don't build this wheel and then need to have to destroy it so you can actually include people into your process, right? So, and if you're not sure about how to do it, there's no shame in admitting you need help. That is okay. That is why this conference is here, so that we all can connect and look at this wonderful panel that we have. And so I am going to throw Jen and Simone out there with Simply Lead, because that is what their organization does, right? And so, it's okay if you don't know, if you need help, because think about it like this. With a lot of the infrastructure that's been built in Web3, basically it's more or less been built with only kind of one person in consideration, right? So, basically, hey, I am going to make this suit for this male over here. And when that suit fits most of the people that this community houses, then when someone like me walks up and says, like, this suit doesn't fit me, and they're confused as to why. And so in Web3, we need more tailors. We need more people coming in and making these suit measurements so that they can be, so that they come with greater varieties. All right, and so but you need to be aware that there are greater varieties, because I was talking to someone yesterday who had written an article, didn't have much to do about diversity inclusion, but he mentioned it as something that is important. And then he was telling me that he got so much hate in the Reddit thread about the article that he wrote just because he mentioned diversity inclusion. And then it finally clicked for him, like, oh my God, this is actually a real thing. So a lot of it, if you are that one person, or the majority of people that this suit fits, you're not going to know about that until you experience it. So it's not even on your radar. I'm not knocking you for it. I'm just saying you don't know about it. And that's okay. And that's why we're having this panel, so you can figure out how to make a suit that will fit more people. And so, with that being the case, you kind of hinted at a little bit, who needs to be in a diversity, equity, inclusion group within the organization, and why is a DEI group required? And my bigger question
Who should be in a DEI group or organization?
I can start, yeah.
So ironically, to answer the last part of the question, who should be in the DEI group? Not just the people who DEI is trying to target. Okay? Don't give people a second job that was not in the description that they applied for. Because that happens a lot, right? Can you just help with the recruiting process? Can you make sure that we're sharing this in like groups that you're a part of? Can you let us know how we're doing on this thing? Can you just set up that process? That's not my job description, you know? So again, I'll keep this super brief, but just going back to where the money and the resources go, and it's not just about, you know, don't give people extra work. I also think like for DEI to be successful, it has to be everyone who is involved. And I don't mean every single employee, but like from leadership, there has to be representation. In the context of companies that like I've worked with, there needs to be representation from the majority male engineering team. Like you can't be treating that as a separate part of the company that just doesn't get in touch. There's this very weird gap between the like front-facing company and the back end. And this again goes back to organizational culture. It has to be something that everyone participates in. Because oftentimes what you might find is that if you don't do that work of including everyone in the process, you have a DEI program or strategy that not everyone has actually bought into internally in the company. And you get people who grumble, right? It's like, why are we doing this thing? Why is there money going towards that? Or I don't agree with the effort that's being made here. Or that just has nothing to do with you. That's the marketing department. That's just a branding thing. It's like, no, this is about fundamentally shifting the way that the company operates. So that's my 2 cents. I'll stop there.
It really goes back to emphasizing the importance of this work. I don't think most people realize that it's not just DEI work, it's like emotional labor. Like 1 hour of DEI work does not equal 1 hour of coding. I'm sorry. We have to weight different types of work differently. We have to give people space to engage in this work and then just take some time like to process and just like be in the earth or make some art or do something. You can't expect someone to like have a DEI training and then go back into their day to day. In my nonprofit, we do racial caucusing, which is something that I find useful. And for those who don't know what that is, it's when people who identify as white and BIPOC, they split up into separate groups for the purpose of discussing race and power, privilege, and oppression. Why do we separate the groups? It's because usually when you integrate them, it becomes the burden of the BIPOC people to explain what racism is to the white people, and then it just becomes this debate that's just not healthy. And white people also need a space to kind of ask questions in a way that's just unfiltered for the purpose of their own education, which I fully support. So there are ways that we can create spaces in our organizations to really do this type of internal work, but we have to be intentional about it, and we have to give people time to process after, have counselors or consultants to talk with and help process these feelings, because you would be amazed at the shit that comes up in a racial caucus, and it might break your organization apart, but it's meant to do that so that you can build it back better.
Love all of those answers. A lot of thoughts. Who needs a DE&I organization? Everyone, quite frankly, to make it simple. Why? It's a bottom line question. Again, to make it simple. There is invaluable talent in marginalized communities, whether communities of color, queer communities, so on and so forth. I could throw in several anecdotes or little jokes about how nobody knows a black woman that doesn't have at least 3 jobs. We work hard. And LOL, sometimes they'll pay us less. So all this to say, there is tons of value and tons of talent in these communities that, quite frankly, is getting missed out by just ignoring them. And whether the ignoring is intentional or subconscious, this is actually something that we do at Simply Lead that we think really hard about. Whether it's intentional or subconscious, it still creates a loss for your organization. We worked with a really large Fortune 500 company that was losing contracts because they could not present a team to clients that was representative of the client's experience. And we had to come in and figure out, why can't you do that? Oh, you're lacking people of color. Why are you lacking people of color? Over the course of this engagement, it came down to their recruiting tactics. They had set a 3.5 as their GPA requirement for recruiting folks out of college. Totally fine. I mean, we could unpack why GPA is not the best measure of talent, but that's not this panel. And there's a ton of statistics and evidence as to why it's difficult for marginalized communities to hit those 3.5 or whatever arbitrary measures of success we assign. Whether it's, I had to work a job while I was studying. I couldn't devote 12 hours a week to studying to getting straight A's. Or I was on scholarship and that required me to do X, Y, Z other things. I have family needs, I commute, so many different factors. And one of our recommendations was to lower the GPA requirements because it's not a good measure of talent, it's not a good measure of people's success at work, and it opens you up to a much broader pool of applicants. So thinking about systemic changes like that is why everybody needs a DE&I organization. And when it comes to that DE&I organization, I think these two make excellent points, but think of yourselves as non-marginalized folks. A DE&I space is your unlearning space. It's where you come in and you ask questions, why is this problematic? How can we, and again, making time for that counseling because this is emotional labor for folks of whom you're asking questions. Why is this problematic? What is the systemic thing that's leading us here? Like that GPA requirement. And for folks of color, I think it's a chance to allow them to be subject matter experts because they know what they're talking about, they've experienced it. So really to use that space in a symbiotic way where folks are coming in to unlearn, coming in to take down systems, and other folks are bringing in their knowledge and together building, some might say co-designing, some might say me, we co-design, co-designing systems that create an equitable future, that get everybody the talent that they need, that really bring the best product to the table for your organization. Long answer.
So much brilliance has already been said. I feel like I can just mic drop. But the only other thing I think I would add is that organizations should embed equity and inclusivity within their organization. And I think that a team committee is sort of an afterthought. I think they should, of course, be in every single organization to continue the work. But it really takes everyone in that culture to sort of build in inclusivity and equity within the organization. If leadership isn't committed, it's probably never going to work, so you might not want to work there. I think it really takes everyone together to really implement that work, and I think everything that's been said is all the things are all of the things that need to happen in order to be successful. But a DE&I committee should not be a separate space or hub or club that folks are using to sort of say that we do this and check it off. It should be embedded and threaded in the ways in which you function as an organization. And so it's really about committing to doing that in that way.
So we have so much in this space about tokenization, right? And tokens are great. Do not tokenize your BIPOC people at your company. Do not put them publicly facing so that you can go and check a little box. You're like, oh, that's me, that's me, people. Go box, go team. No, do not do that. This is not about tokens. This is not glorification. This is about building something sustainable that works for more people. And I bet you the more people that you have included in what you're developing with your infrastructure, the more money you're going to make. If nothing else is going to motivate you, let money talk. And so, we're talking about this, and now I know excited you might want to go back and check out what your DI group is doing, or maybe you don't have one, or maybe you just started a startup. I'm going to tell you this: you're a startup, you got 2 people on your team. Call Jen, call Simone, help them, let them help you. Okay? I don't care where you are in the development of your startup, even if you're just thinking about it. Talk to them. Talk to everybody on this panel and start making things happen from the beginning. So guess what? You're not going back and refactoring the bullshit you created. Okay? But now, maybe you are in a more established organization, you still don't have that committee. How do you go about requesting
a DEI group within your organization?
Where's the mic gonna start?
You ask your CEO, you write an email, and you find a few folks in the organization who want to do the work with you, and you start doing the work. And you invite them into that space with you. You don't wait for them to invite you anywhere. And I think that's where it should start. If there isn't a space, create one. You're in that space for a reason. So use that power and that privilege to push other folks to meet you where you're at. And I think that's really key in building up those spaces. I guarantee you there won't be a CEO out there who will say no to you, especially not now, to start any kind of DEI committee or a conversation or an affinity space. You can start by asking questions like, hey, I noticed we don't have this. Can we do this? Can I start this? And don't let it fall just on you. Again, we don't want to tokenize folks in these spaces, but you want to make sure that you're being heard and that they see that you are seeing that inequity happening currently in that space. So just write an email or ask a question and start it yourself, and then you move forward from there.
Questions like this confuse me because I've never been scared to advocate for myself or what I believe in. But I know not everyone's like that. But it's never too late to start. You have to just call it out. Because if you're not a BIPOC person and there's other people at your organization, they're going through it. They're going through something right now. They're dealing with shit on a daily, weekly, yearly basis. Things you couldn't imagine. And someone has to be advocating for this type of work in your organization. Why can't it be you? Don't put it on the BIPOC people to have to lead this work all the time. Like, yes, value our input, value our experiences, but don't just sit there and wait for us to break and lead the organization. Like, look at who's being retained and who's leaving. People are leaving our organizations because they don't feel valued anymore. 35 million people just left the workforce because they don't feel treated like a human being. So it's not just about it's about BIPOC, it's about queer, it's about marginalized, it's about feeling like a human being. So just be that person, just call it out, like she said, write an email. And the worst thing that can happen, is that they say no. And then you face some pushback and you rally some people together and you write another email. And then if they say no again, then maybe you shouldn't work there. So you have to work somewhere that aligns with your values and what you believe in. And if they don't value this equity and inclusion work, then they don't value you.
That's it. Yeah, that was kind of a great closing mic drop. I, of course, want to add things up. I want to go back to something I think you said earlier, Rebecca, about like community building and we only go as fast as the speed of trust. If this is something you really want to bring to your organization, look to build a coalition. Look to the people who might be wanting to have this conversation. Who else is of the same mind as you? Who's on your side? How can you show your leader that this is something that your company and the people who work at this company value? And also, what value can you bring to them? I know sometimes it can be exhausting to explain the value of DE&I work, but money sells. We live in a capitalist society. Bring opportunities that are valuable. Here, for example, is a summer camp for Black women who code coming out of XYZ school. Recruit here. Why aren't we sponsoring this event? Like, have those conversations, but also look to get people on your side. Create the coalition. I very much don't think that any of you who desire this work are alone in desiring this work to happen at your company.
So the last thing that I would say is that if you write your email, they say no, you get your coalition together, and they say no, fuck them. They don't deserve your time, they do not deserve your effort, and you do not deserve to be wasting your time with that. Okay? And if you need help, call these two right here, simply lead, okay? And value yourself, take confidence in yourself, believe in yourself. Let's all make this shit happen at ETHDenver 2022. Oh shit, 2022.
2022. All right, thank you.
All right, Lee, thank you so much for sharing your stories, your thoughts, your ideas. It is wonderful to have you here today. and creating space. If you would like to connect with our panelists, you can go to the Panvala Twitter account, Panvala HQ, and we have shared a few tweets mentioning each of our panelists so that you can follow them or catch them for a quick question just now. We're going to do a transition to our next panel, which is Metagamma Delta in the house. And before we do that, we have put up here, we do have a Panvala quiz. We're curious how well you know Panvala. We do have over 77 communities that are staked in the Panvala endowment. You can see on the slides here, our fellow Rachel Holmes, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, put these slides together, each slide representing a different community as part of Panvala. Take a moment, go to the bathrooms, grab sandwich, salad, or coffee, and we'll be back in 2 minutes for Metagamma Health.
Yeah. Okay. Good day. Do we put our arms around?
Good afternoon, good evening, and definitely, well, no, maybe not yet, but not yet. Welcome to our day-long conversation on building for inclusion, an event sponsored and created by Panvala. Panvala is an organization, a DAO, that is focused on community development, community coordination, bringing people together, such as yourselves, to learn, share, and grow. We have over 77 community states. If you'd like to learn more about those communities, we have some wonderful slides. One of the fellows at Panvala, Rachel Holmes, put together for us. Panvala also has a number of coalitions and groups that come together to share across community. Now we have our next panel for the day, being led by Anne Wilmot from Narragansett Delta. They're going to be talking about great onboarding, inviting women into Web3.
Yay. Thank you. I'm really happy so many people here because it will get warmer in the room if we all get together. I want to thank Dr. Kelly Page for putting all this together, and of course Panvala League for putting this day together. I think it's really important and interesting to listen to a lot of different perspectives on this. I also think the audience is kind of amazing. And so if we can get to it, we will try to get to some conversation with you all too, because I think that there's probably a lot of expertise and interesting people here. So we will not stand here and explain diversity to you. So the idea of the panel, the great onboarding, is really, I've been thinking a lot about the change that happened in the pandemic. Lots of people, myself included, really started to just think differently, see different opportunities, and maybe be less willing to put up with things that they don't find acceptable about work anymore. This happened kind of at the low end, like people who could not afford to commute to their job just decided to say, I'm not taking that struggle anymore. People felt empowered, even when they don't have a high-paying job. But also on the high-end, executive level, people are saying, some of these conditions are just not what I wanted or what I want. And so I think many of us saw a new vision. I quit my job, what I've called for years my fiat currency job. I actually quit it. Went full-time in Web3. And it's been a great experience. So I wanted to talk about the opportunity at the same time as we're all seeing this new vision and we're not having it anymore. Web3 is booming. It's a big moment of yes, there's jobs, there's work, there's things that need to be built, there's lots of stuff to do. So I wanted to explore the connection between that with some of my colleagues and friends. I don't actually moderate panels, I just have conversations with people I like, with a microphone or not. So I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and then we'll just explore this territory a little bit about what the opportunities are in Web3, why other people should come over and work with us, and how we can really make that path for them. So I'm going to start with Zaji Reyes, because you're going to tell us a little bit about what is MGD as well as yourself.
Hey everyone, I'm Zaji. Super nice to meet you all. I am a member of Narragansett Delta DAO, as well as I work full-time at Chainlink. I also contribute to a few other DAOs. I've contributed a bit to the Panvala group, so I don't speak, but that's okay. And it's been an amazing time working in Web3. I've actually only worked in crypto and Web3. When I graduated college a few years ago, I started working in it, and that's it. I didn't turn back, and I just fell in love with what blockchain was doing and what it could really do to empower different industries as well as different communities like ours gathered here today. And a little bit about Narragansett Delta. It's actually our 2-year anniversary, I believe. We were founded at ETHDenver 2020, so it's really exciting. And it's amazing just to see how much the community has grown, as well as the space. I mean, ETHDenver 2020 was I think people really only gathered from Friday to Sunday. It wasn't as big of a deal, and now we're here for 2 weeks, going to all these events. I'm sure you're all exhausted already. So it's incredible to see how everything's been going. And so for Narragansett Delta, what we are focused on is building a DAO that is actually a grants giving DAO as well as a social community that gives out grants to women-led initiatives in the blockchain space. And we do that by raising funds, and we are actually an entirely volunteer group at this point, but we have really worked with a lot of amazing communities to raise these funds and give them out to projects that are working on something such as like education, diversity, inclusion, even just NFT projects, DAOs, DeFi, all sorts of things. So if you are a women-led project looking for funding, please do reach out to us, and we also have a lot of other friends that we can connect you with as well, if that's something that you're interested in. And outside of that, we now have over 100 members in the DAO. You can check it all on chain at DAO House. And we have a Discord where everybody meets, and we do some DAO-wide weekly calls every other week, as well as have a lot of different committees that work on different verticals. So that includes governance. We have a committee that works on treasury, onboarding, all sorts of different things. So lots of room to get involved. So thank you all for being here.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here. My name is Ksenia Litvinova, and there are two main things that I do in my life: is Upstate Interactive and Metagama Delta. So I'll start with Upstate Interactive. We're a Web3 consultancy that I started 5.5 years ago with my business partners. We were just building traditional web and mobile applications at the time. And then in 2017, 2018, got interested in the blockchain space. So I started learning smart contract development along with my business partner, Doug, and we started taking on project work in the blockchain space. Since that time, we've pivoted the business to now fully focus in blockchain and Web3. So we're working on a lot of interesting projects, NFT, DeFi, DAOs, all the hot things in the space. And just growing the team. I'm not doing as much coding anymore, I'm more running with the business, but love growing the team. We have a lot of female developers, and we continue to look for developers, so if you need a job, please apply. And then Metagama Delta is another thing that I do in my life that I joined with Saji in 2020, as she said, at ETHDenver. I think we joined the DAO like 2 hours after it was summoned, so I guess you could say we're founders. But really passionate about what the DAO is doing, funding women-led projects. I've been running the grants committee since we started, essentially. So yeah, we meet and review all the projects that come in, and then from the great fundraising that Anne and other members have been doing, we distribute the funds to these women-led projects. So yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Hey guys, I'm Rome. I actually got started in the space. I was interested in blockchain I discovered it about 3 years ago, and I'm from Connecticut, and there's not really much going on in Connecticut. And
I'm from Connecticut. What's going on in Connecticut? Not our state.
My best friend actually saw someone post about volunteers for MCon and sent it to me, and then I went to MCon and I volunteered, and like MCon changed my life. I realized that blockchain and crypto it's so much more than like a currency or something to make money off of. It's a community, and like there's just so much more to it. So since then, I have joined a couple DAOs, Metagama Delta. I'm contributing to Metapod, which is a startup DAO, and also MetaGuides. I was supposed to go into public accounting, and I was actually supposed to start as an auditor for a Big Four firm January 3rd of this month. Well, actually last month. And I gave them my resignation, and I decided that I was going to go into this space full time. So.
Awesome. Hi everybody, I'm Gina Sebring. I have been in this space for 3 years or so, working with a company called Barcetta, whose founder is sitting right over there, who initially got a grant from the Air Force to build a secure AI computing module for the warfighter. And just within those circles, met the most smart, lovely women who are trying to change the world and make Web3 accessible to women, which those of us who are in Web 1.0 is just refreshing and energetic, and I'm using my background, which is primarily operations and strategic business development, to help the team and ride on these smart young ladies' coattails and see how I can help and get involved. And super passionate. I think many people who are just looking for what they're passionate about, diversity, helping women who maybe don't know how to navigate, me personally as well. I'd love to be a mentor, and I can use my experience to what maybe roadblocks and frustrations I faced in my career, and see if I can help and mentor others. So that's me.
Okay, everybody hearing okay towards the back? Oh, yeah, Jovian can hear everybody. Cool. Hi. Okay, so first question I want to ask is, like, you know, just in the last few years, does anybody have a comment on that?
No offense taken. That was, we want.
My question was in an alien language. Okay, sorry about that. I'm sorry, Edward. Is that me?
No, it was me.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, so, yeah, first question is, you know, in the last few years, what has changed about the world of work? What are we not putting up with anymore? What do people want that's different? What kind of expectations do people have now? What has changed for us? Some of this might be coming from the pandemic, the resignation, the onboarding. Some of it might be coming from Web3. Some of it might just be coming from a moment in history where we feel empowered in a different way. But what are your new expectations, and what is it that you're just not having anymore? Anybody?
So I can answer this question from the context of my life. So the pandemic actually, fortunately for me and for my company, it wasn't too difficult of a transition because we were already a remote company working from home. So thankfully, not much changed there. For other people, I think just having the time and space to be at home. You know, a lot of people obviously couldn't go into the office. They either they were furloughed or maybe lost their jobs and had time to be at home, had time to think, had time to work on things that they were passionate about, had time to look at what else was, you know, available in terms of different career paths. So I think having that opportunity to kind of reflect and see what was out there may have inspired some people to not want to go back into the office, not want to do the long commute into work, not like clock in at 8 and clock out at 5 and have your 2 weeks of PTO. And because of the more remote opportunities, especially in Web3, there's so many opportunities, especially in DAOs, right? So many positions and help that are needed in these DAOs, and people being able to do things that they're passionate about for remote, I think really opened up a lot of doors. I also think just from the perspective of like social media, for example, with TikTok, I think a lot of younger individuals are becoming really empowered with just that small snippets of information of how to negotiate, you know, their salaries, for example, or get advice on like what is a great way to get involved in certain industries. So I think that people are no longer just starting their first jobs thinking I have to start from the bottom. I think a lot of younger individuals are coming in a lot more empowered from what I've seen. A lot of the young women that I meet are coming into the Web3 space just like on fire, right? And they know exactly what they want to do. And they want to take positions within marketing and operations and business, and they really have this vision for themselves. And I do think a lot of that has to do with the shift in the way communication has been in the past few years, and I think industries like Web3 have really opened up people's eyes to see that no matter your age or your background, you can be super successful. Like you've seen in this industry, people blow up that, you know, just graduated college or didn't go to college. And so I think it's really opened up a lot of opportunities for people to just feel like they can do what they want to do, and they don't have to settle just because people have told them that in the past. And I mean, that's how I felt too. Like when I came into this space, I thought I was gonna have to be, or just in general, when I graduated college, I was like, I'm gonna have to be like an assistant and probably like, you know, have a really like not great job for a long time and not make a lot of money. And I live in LA, so I was like, I'm never gonna be able to pay rent. And then when I got into crypto, I was like, wait, like there's people my age like crushing it, and there's people older than me too who are doing amazing things. And so it really inspired me to not just settle for what I thought working was, and actually create the jobs that I wanted for myself.
Awesome job. So I'm going to piggyback off of what John has said. So I think that it's just the opportunities, and I didn't realize like what opportunities were out there or available, and I didn't realize that hey, I could actually be working on something I'm actually passionate about and that I like enjoy. Work doesn't have to be like completely miserable. So not that all work is miserable, but for me, it was just, there were so many opportunities to do what I want to do and to make it work for me, not work for a corporation or like, you know, someone else. So that's
I think, Anne, I think you're right. I think the whole pandemic just made a lot of people think about quality of life and what's really important and how do I want to spend my time. And what I think is interesting just about the way we communicate now is you can ask a lot of people and get a lot of input. And if you aren't in a position where you can just quit your job because you have savings and you're going to take this risk, how do you plan responsibly for yourself, because everything is getting more expensive to live? How do you do that and sleep at night? And I think that having that plan and reaching out, and I think this is not too dissimilar, and again, I hope I'm not dating myself, but when the whole internet started, it was very much open source, right? Which is something that people weren't used to. What do you mean you're sharing what your source does? Isn't that like a secret? Aren't you supposed to keep it siloed and hidden? And this isn't like that anymore. It's, how did you solve your problem? Oh, well, this is what I did. Maybe you could do it similarly. So that's, I think it just gave people a lot of time to think. It was extremely difficult, but now I think people have the opportunity to plan. You don't like what you're doing, so how do I start to work into a job and what's available that I can enjoy? That's what I'm doing now. But what previous skill sets do I have that I could come to bring to the table and say, look, I know how this worked, and in Dallas, for instance, you know, how can we have this sort of flat organization, but still keep it organized whereby we can be productive and effective? And it's pretty difficult when you're coming into these rooms with 100 people and everybody's talking. How do we do that? How do we make it productive and get to the mission that we like?
Two things I'm definitely not putting up with. One, as Ksenia said, is working at an office at a certain time. I just was like, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. And the other thing is that really, I hit the glass really hard. I was really tired of that and just not putting up with that anymore. So in the audience, anybody got anything they are not putting up with anymore? They're just not having anymore? Joey, I knew you would have it.
Just having my values and taken for me.
It's okay.
Say it again.
Oh, yeah. Like having people ask me to join their DAO, and then I'm there, and then they're like, oh, but your ideas are too, like, not right somehow. But stay here because you're making us, like, attract other people that are cool.
Anybody else? Just one or two. You can just shout out if you want. What are you not putting up with?
Not getting paid for the work that I do that other guys get paid for.
All right, anybody else want to shout one out?
Office politics.
Ooh. Oh my God, yes, that's the third thing you're not putting up with. No.
Yes.
What did you say?
Crypto bro
I might still be putting up with a little bit of that. But I feel it. Okay, so go ahead.
Crypto growth energy. I feel like in the past 2 years, few months, there's been like a proliferation of all these women-led or diverse, DAOs that are more focused on diversity. So hopefully we're changing that. I think, Metagame Delta has been around for 2 years, so we definitely feel pretty OG. It's 2 years in crypto is like 80 years in regular time. But yeah, the more DAOs that we have that are focused on onboarding different types of people into the space, I think the better it is. And I know everyone, there's so many like subsets that we can focus on. So Metagame Delta, we give out grants to women-led organizations. I know per DAO, I don't know if anyone here is from per DAO, but they raise money and send women to this conference. So yeah, hopefully crypto grow culture, we're working on it. I just want to shout out a few other groups, just if you're on here. There's Crypto Besties out there, Web3 Baddies, Boys Club, SurgeFi, BFF, and there's also, I want to pull out Camaraderie too. So if you've not heard of any of those, hopefully you can see that there's so many opportunities now to get involved in this.
Okay, so I was thinking about something. I was listening to Vitalik this morning. I felt really blessed to be able to do that. And he's talking about theoretical structures versus empirical structures. And he mentioned, out of the model problem. So it's like problems that come up because you don't bake everything into the model. Maybe you can't bake everything into the model. So you can't, like in software testing, you can't test for something that you haven't considered possibly. So I just was thinking about that, and I thought, like, what happens when you're not in the model by design? I mean, the last panel that I heard, I thought was really great, and I thought, like, a lot of us are just not baked into the model. So a lot of what's happening, and maybe this goes to crypto grow culture, like, actually it's a very inclusive, accepting environment. Mostly nobody tells you that you don't belong, that you can't be here, that it isn't for you. But the thing is, a lot of things present to you in a way that doesn't feel like it's for you. And so I just started thinking about what does it mean when you're not in the model? Therefore, the model is not for you. Other people can't really perceive that about themselves, that they are excluding you in any way. But you always feel a little alienated. So it's just something I've been thinking about, us being out of the model. All of us are out of the model. Age makes you out of the model. All kinds of diversity cause you to be out of the model. So I just wonder, and don't you love it when the moderator sends you questions in advance and then asks a question that's completely made up on the spot that you don't know about? I do.
We're among friends.
So anyway, out of the model. Do you guys have any comments on that?
I think a lot of times the way I felt alienated, as you're mentioning, is when I've tried to join DAOs and I get on a call and I'm trying to find my place, and the call is, are you going? They're talking about things that they're all working on. They don't explain to you what they do or where you can fit in. There's no intros, right? So I think even just like the onboarding experience of new people joining whether it's a DAO or your community or your company, right? Like, give the new people an opportunity to catch up, one, to know what you're building, two, explain areas of opportunity, three, and maybe even pair them up with like a buddy or something. I think you lose a lot of people in DAOs and in Web3 communities because we're remote and we're decentralized and you're trying not to create too many processes, but at the same time, some people do need some help, right? So it's finding that balance, and I think that that's where some of that alienation happens, and I'm hoping that some of these groups that are being built by women, for women, or by other community groups can help kind of bridge those gaps. I don't know if anybody else has something to say.
I mean, that's an interesting perspective. Should there be a process that makes sense to include people and rank them up when it comes to DAOs? So somebody who has an operations background might be able to help with that.
So we were talking a little bit about this before the panel, and my reaction was like, I hate that take. Like, I hate that we're outside of the model when we all make up the model. When did we get pushed out of the model? And why do we need to claw our way back in when like we all really belong inside of it? So yeah, I think the more diverse groups that we have in all aspects of life, whether it's DAOs, companies, projects that we're working on, like we need viewpoints from all different types of people. So we create things and put things out into the world that are a representation of all of us, because we all make up this model that, yeah, maybe we're trying to get back into.
I mean, refusing to recognize the model is a perfectly valid approach to this, right? Like, hell with that model. We're making our own model. To that, I think another thing I've been thinking about lately is how we need to resist the narrative that we are in competition. Like, there's only so much money for us. There's only so many places for us. There's only so many projects. I was talking to Bridget Greenwood from the Bigger Pie, a really interesting group from the UK, about a study that was done. I wish I could quote it, but basically it's like if there's 3 men and 1 woman up for a job, you'd think the woman has 25% chance of getting the job, or maybe you cynically think the woman has 5 or 10% of getting the job, but actually this study showed that the woman has 0% chance of getting the job. So that thing like we gotta compete with each other for the one spot is really, really a false narrative. And I thought that was really a fascinating way to think about it, because I think it can feel competitive, it can feel stressful. Like, I'm applying for a grant and you're applying for a grant. What if only one of us gets the grant? But obviously there's so much work for us to do. So I want us to collaborate with as many other groups as we can, and to sort of all lift each other up. And it can be a little daunting. Like, you just think, I don't know, I was on a panel and I thought, wow, these other women are so amazing. And, in fact, like, we're amazing as a collective. So anyway, I don't know if you guys, that totally didn't end in a question mark. But, yeah, do you guys have any thoughts on sort of lifting up other groups of women, collaborating with other groups of women, resisting the narrative of competition?
Yeah, it's like funny, but I got a little nervous when I started seeing as many women groups pop up on Twitter, because I was like, oh my gosh, like now there's so many. And it's like, how do you ensure you still as a group get more members, but you still empower the other groups? And it's like this hard balance to make, and you want to support everyone else as well. So I guess I don't have an exact answer, but I think, we all feel that, and it's like an interesting thing to try to balance, is supporting each other and yet still build your own community. And so what I've been trying to do is reach out to a lot of those communities through Twitter DMs and things like that, from the Medicare Delta account, and just be like, hey, like, we want to be friends, like, whatever you're building, we want to be a part of it. So I know we've been asked to like be a part of some conferences that are being done, or some Twitter spaces and things like that. And so I'm hoping little by little, just like these collaborations can show that even if we're all building separate things, we're doing it together.
That's where we get stronger. Madeline Albright said,
This kind of aligns with what I was saying earlier. Like, yes, there's a lot of new women's DAOs. There's a lot of women in the world, and we all care about different things and have different passions and work in different industries. So these different DAOs that are bringing in women or people of color, just people of just people who are different into the space, they can attract people from different industries. Like, if you're in marketing, there are DAOs that bring in people in marketing. Medicare Delta is giving out grants to women teams that are building in the space. Again, her DAO is sending women to conferences. Like, there's different ways to bring in minorities. So I think the more DAOs there are that are focusing on different passions, the better the world will be.
I was just thinking of the Madeline Albright quote that said that there's a special place in hell for
women who don't help other women. And I do, I think that everyone gets stronger if you're more inclusive and you help educate everyone. It will make everyone stronger. If the space stronger, everyone's smarter, and a rising tide lifts all boats.
Okay, so, Rome, you talked a little bit, we were talking last night about people that you know, that your friends that are asking you about crypto and you want to explain it to them and you want to help them understand it. Like, part of what I was thinking about for this panel was who's missing at the table? Like, who do we need? Who don't we have? And how can we go find them and then convince them to, come over here? I know I talked to somebody who has a boring job in Web 2 that they don't like, and I'm like, why? Just call me. Like, I'm not even hiring. I just know people that are hiring. And so I think that there is a huge opportunity, but a moment to sort of try to show other people this world without them thinking that you're completely nuts. So I don't know, since you have a lot of friends that would like to get in and you've been trying to help them, I wonder what your thought is on that.
Totally put me on the spot here. That's okay. So I actually feel kind of pretty passionate about onboarding because I have a lot of people that have come to me about crypto that don't realize that, like, one, crypto is more than just a currency, but they don't, I think the primary thing is they don't see the value. Like, they kind of see the value as far as, like, hey, can I get rich off this? But, like, they don't see the value that, like, that they can get from not just, like, crypto, but, like, Web3 and, like, all of these things. But I think also what I'm realizing is actually, like, a huge problem. It's communicating and breaking things down in a digestible way so that people understand it. And then, like, having them see, like, the value that there is, like, not just now, but in the future, and how it can really just change their lives and give them what they want. So yeah, I think the biggest thing is just breaking things down in a digestible way, and so that people understand. And I find that sometimes that's hard to do in the space because people have been in this, like, people who have been in the space for a while, they kind of know, like, the lingo and the terms and, like, like, the different opportunities that are out there. So I think just giving, like, direction, I think, like, just, like, hand-holding for some people, especially if they don't have like they're not a developer and they don't have a technical background, it's showing them how they can fit into this space. Because I really feel that really, like, anyone can find something in this space that, like, they're passionate about and that it's gonna work for them. I was in my Uber this morning and I actually was talking to my Uber driver about it, and I was like, hey, you should totally, like, take my contact. And I was like, you should look into Web3 and you should look into, like, all of this stuff. And I'm like, I'm telling you, it's gonna change your life. So yeah.
That reminds me, I was just at my dentist a couple weeks ago talking about NFTs. Wanted to mint an NFT of my X-ray. True story. Yeah, there are so many opportunities in this space, and I think everyone needs to know that, and not just in programming. So, for example, my company, we are desperately hiring and looking for smart contract engineers, all different kinds of engineers, but we've also hired a finance and HR manager. We recently hired a marketing manager. As we continue to grow, we are going to need business roles. And I do a lot of the interviewing, and one of my questions is, like, what do you know about blockchain? Are you passionate in the space? Because even if you're applying for an operations position or a finance position, if you're working in a blockchain company, you want to be able to speak to it. You want to be able to align with the vision and the mission of the company. And as the space continues to grow and become more mainstream, as there are more DAOs, we need help. Like, companies need help, DAOs need help, and not just in programming. So yeah, I think just start learning about the space. Tell your friends to learn about what blockchain is, the different projects, and start looking for opportunities because we need more than just engineers.
I think also since the space is moving so fast, I'm full of quotes today. Albert Einstein used to say, if you can't explain it simply enough, then you don't understand it. And I think that it's so helpful, especially it's like when you're talking to your mom, and my mom's like, Regina, what do you do? And she can't say, my brother's a physical therapist, she's a nurse, like what do you do? But I think that might be the key to adoption, at least that has been my experience, is can you talk to somebody like myself or somebody who has been in marketing for a while, maybe for a .com, and he said, I want to understand about this blockchain thing and how is it going to make everybody's life better or safer or more secure, and you kind of get them hooked, and then what have they done in their past? Okay, let's take that experience of what you already know how to do, and we'll teach you the rest. I mean, I remember my first job in the internet. I'm very familiar from the music business, and I was sitting there in his office, and I'm like, what am I doing at this internet company that sells music online? And I said, but David, I know nothing about the internet. He goes, oh, that's okay. Nobody does. But you know about music licensing, so come on board and you can help us not go to jail so we don't have to license it. So that's how you get into it. And that's, I think we just have to encourage adoption that way.
I think there's probably still a lot of help you not go to jail kind of jobs. If anybody's looking for those. Let's see, what about in the audience? Well, first of all, I would really like to know who feels that they want to move into Web3 and that's why they're here. Okay, yay, that's great. So,
you already took the first step.
Yeah.
That's right.
Came to the right place.
Yeah.
Okay, so what about, okay, I have no idea what the next question is. We might wrap up fairly soon, but I guess, yeah, do you guys want to make any other comments about why people should come into Web3? What is here for them? What is the point of it? I mean, I think I'm observing that we not only need more diversity, obviously, but we just need more workers in this space. And creators of projects, right? Startups and all of that. There's just everybody, I think all of us know that's working in the space is working as many jobs as they can. So I think there is space, but when you invite those people in, what is it that you would want to invite them into? What would you want to show them? What would you want them to know about it? Besides just, you can make money helping people not go to jail.
I mean, that's a great one. I think for me, it's like the feeling that I have working in this space. Like I keep using the word empowered, but I feel so empowered every day. Like I wake up and I freaking love what I do, and I talk to my friends who are miserable and they really don't like their jobs, or they're just uninspired, they just wake up, work, go to bed. And I just think that I'm like, you have so much potential to give more. And this industry, you could be a community manager, you could be a developer, you could be a marketer, you could be whatever you want to be, spokespeople, right? We have like influencers, we have everything. And so maybe you're just really good at talking. Learn how to talk about blockchain. Make a TikTok, I don't know. So I just feel like there's so many opportunities, and when I try to DAO pill or crypto pill my friends, I just want to show them my excitement, and I want them to see how much I love what I do, and I want them to feel that way. And I want them to feel like they're building something that's literally going to change the world. And this is, Web 1.0, Web 2.0, we're just building the internet. You were looking at a static website. You as a consumer couldn't engage. And now you're in Web 3.0 where you can literally own your content, own your data, own what you're building. And I think that's so incredible. So why wouldn't you work in this space?
I'll take the mic. I was so impressed with the last panel, and forgive me because I was the young lady who read the working in the homeless space. Yes, but I need to talk to her and find her. I think that's the key. You find something that you're passionate about and that inspires you, and you say, how can I make this better? And then you're learning about the new platform that's going to make that more efficient. And if you're lucky enough, I mean, there are a lot of people, as we've been talking, they just have jobs. Why? Because they have to pay their rent. But if you can find, I mean, that is like the holy grail. You can find something you get up in the morning and be passionate about. You want to get up and jump out of bed. That's awesome. And I think it's rare, but I think if we can continue to inspire people to do that and say there is a way, you might not be able to flip the switch like that, but let's put a plan together so you can be excited if it's going to take you a year, if it's going to take you 2 years, but you can get to that place where you can contribute and be fulfilled.
So I'm gonna kind of piggyback off of what you both said because I feel that's kind of what I would want my friends to know. It's basically like kind of like you were saying, like my friends are so miserable, and one of my mentors from like one of my previous jobs, who actually taught me almost like everything I know, is like, oh, I hate my job, I hate being here, and like they actually were one of the first people to even talk to me about crypto, and like they have no idea what a DAO is, and I've been talking to them about it, and I've just been saying like, wow, dude, you belong in this space, like you should totally like, you know, try to come on board, like, you know, like there's definitely somewhere for you to fit in. And they kind of like just don't realize like, hey, like there's so many opportunities like out there that they can be a part of, and that they don't have to be miserable and hate like their job. Like, you know, he was just basically saying, hey, like I'm just not inspired to do this work anymore. Like, you know, like I'm miserable. And I feel if there was anything I would want to like communicate to my friends, or like that I would want them to know, it would be, hey, it's not as hard as you would think. It's like, you know, you just have to go for it. It's just taking the initiative and like believing that you can, and then finding those opportunities that are out there. Because if you take the initiative, you're gonna find it. And if you talk to people about it in the space, you know, like I feel everyone in the space is so, at least everyone I've encountered, is so like warm and welcoming and wants to like help and like, you know, like bring more people on into the space. So I think that for me, I would want my friends to realize that there's so much more to life out there, and that they don't have to be miserable in the positions or the roles that they're in, and they don't have to like work like these. I mean, I guess you do work some long hours in Web3, but they can work on stuff that they're enjoying, you know, like they don't have to like just not like the stuff they're working on. So yeah.
So I just want to say one thing that you pointed out that's really important is it's not if you're going to get the job in Web3, it's just when. Like there's so many jobs. I don't think that it's a question of can I get the job, it's just the timing and like you putting in the effort to find it. But I don't think there's any issues getting work in this case.
Yeah, just look at ETHDenver. I mean, we were here 2 years ago, and maybe there was 5,000 people, which is still a lot. And now we're here in 2022, and I think there was 20,000 people that applied. I'm not sure if there's 20,000 people at the event, but it's huge. The space is growing. So whether you want to work for a traditional company, there's a lot of Web3 companies like mine that are growing and looking for help, as well as DAOs that we keep talking about. Just find something that you're passionate about in the DAO space and join the DAO. Like DAOs need help. We have 100 members, and we need more help in this DAO. And if you can't find a DAO that you're passionate about, start one on your own. It's really easy to spin up a DAO. Just find people that share common interests as you or have a similar passion, and start your own DAO and start building a community. It's like you said, it's not if, it's when. So yeah.
Yeah, I mentioned this, I accidentally announced this the other day, but I didn't mean to. But I started a little DAO just because I thought it was funny, but now it's turning into a thing. So I summoned a DAO just for fun called Menopause. Wise women of a certain age. So if anybody wants to join my Menopause DAO, I have a lot of people are on my list. Must join my DAO, and other people will not qualify. But as I said the other day, you're not gonna measure anybody's hormone level to find out if you do or don't, so come on, you can be in my doubt if you're a wise woman or person. So I wanted just, it's a good segue to talk about this program that we're creating now. And yeah, I didn't talk about this in September, and I didn't realize that there would be so many groups kind of, coming up with really amazing programs and grants and moving things along. So we are doing raising $1 million for Women in Web3. And the idea is to go find women in other industries and onboard them to Web3 by creating an education program. So first recruiting, second creating an education program, which we will build largely through partnerships. And we will want to really host different tracks. So like it could be developers, community managers, marketing, all kinds of different people. And then that education should be free or through scholarships and partnerships. We want to pay people to take it. And I think the UBI piece of it is one really unique piece. So almost 3/4 of the $1 million fund goes to just paying people to take the program. But if you literally want somebody to quit a job and come over and do this, that's a big challenge for people. And what if you're like, I don't know, a single mom, and you don't have time to just like work at night and during the day, or, I think there are a lot of people that could bridge over if they could have some money to do it. And then at the end, obviously, job placement, which I think is the easy part. Like Zani said, like, can you last 4 months without getting a job? I don't know.
Can you last this weekend without getting
Yeah, exactly. And then startup support, connecting them to really great people in this space. This program the seed grant for it came from Metacartel, which we are really grateful for. Yay, Metacartel. And then Harmony One has also supported us in this, and we are on a fundraise. If anybody would like to join Meta Gamma Delta, please see us after. We have a handy little QR code that you can fill out. And if anybody would like to consider helping us with education or other kinds of partnerships, or of course, if you'd like to fund this or our grant program, we would be really happy to talk to anybody about that. Any last comments? No. Okay. Thank you everybody for your time.
These beautiful people to come today to share their experiences, thoughts about onboarding more women into Web3. If you'd like to connect to them, please go to the Twitter for Panvala. It's Panvala HQ, and we've shared some tweets with all their handles so that you can connect to them, DM them, and follow up, including Metagamma. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break while we transition to the next panel, which is about onboarding with self-sovereignty and reputation. So you grab a coffee, have a chat with the ladies and we'll see you back here shortly. Good afternoon. How are we? So, if you've just joined us, you are joining the Panvala BUIDLing for Inclusion conversation, a day-long conversation on the ways and means by which we can create an open, welcoming, and representative Web3. We've been joined today by some amazing panelists, organizations. Panvala is an organization, a DAO that has over 77 communities that are staking our endowments. They earn off the endowments so that they can fund their community activities. If you are interested, please go to panvala.com for more information. You can also see the 77 communities here in these screens being showcased. One thing that's very important for Panvala is we're focused on community development, not just in a social organizational sense, but also in an economic sense. If there's one area in the world where we don't invest enough, it's community development, and that includes Web3. Whether it be who pays your stewards in your Discord, and a whole spectrum of different activities. So I'm going to hand over to Humpty. We have our second last panel for today, so thank you for being here and enjoying this with us. Onboarding with self-sovereign identity and reputation. So Humpty, over to you.
All right, thank you so much, and welcome everybody. I'm really excited to be here again, moderating another panel with this wonderful group of people, all Web3 leaders, building self-sovereign identity and reputation. So some of the things that we're going to be talking about is how we can leverage DAO member identity and reputation to create better onboarding experience and incentive structures. So before we get started, why don't we do a few introductions? We'll start way back there and make our way back here, all right?
Hi, I'm James Young, CEO of Bridge. We make a product called Collabland that's used in tokenized communities.
Hi, my name is Gloria Wu, so I'm one of the co-contributors of Orange Protocol. Orange Protocol is a open protocol that aggregates data in Web3 and also various types of reputation models to generate user-centered reputation proofs in the forms of NFTs or verifiable credentials.
Hey all, I'm Danny Zuckerman, one of the founders of 3Box Labs. We are the creators of Ceramic Network, which is a decentralized network for composable data, which is organized around users. Makes it really easy for app developers to build on a composable data ecosystem and gives users control of their data.
Hey everybody, I'm John Howell, co-founder and product lead of Disco. Disco is a metaverse profiles product allowing you to collect lots of off-chain data in the form of verifiable credentials, add them to your profiles, connect your wallet to whatever apps you use in the future, and bring your data along with you. We're building on Ceramic, which we're going to talk a lot about it. I'm excited to be here.
Great, and I am Humpty Calderon, Web3 student, also core contributor to Orange. Familiar with all of you because we talk somewhat regularly, I feel, especially in virtual spaces, about digital identity, reputation. So to get started, who wants to tackle what is self-sovereign identity? And then we can go from there. We'll flow with that. All right, there we go.
I'll give it
Oh, the nose thing was no.
So, self-sovereign identity, as you can tell, is like a big topic. I don't know that there is a real standard definition. I think there's been a lot of people who have tried to create a standardized definition. The way I would define it, and then, if anybody else up here wants to add on to it, that'd be great. I think of self-sovereign identity is the ability to, it's about control. And in the way that we have sovereign monies, the ability to not have it confiscated out of your wallet, be able to spend it where you want, those types of things. We want to do that same type of stuff with your identity data. So this looks like what your reputation is, be able to control for privacy. And there's a key thing that I always think about with self-sovereign identity. It's called the phone home problem. And when you're online and you use data from one app and another app, that second app usually calls the first app to verify the integrity of that data. That's how co-op and these things work. And we are upending that model with self-sovereign identity, and that opens up a lot of doors for different user experiences and things to do. So I know that was like not the concise little package
for the definition of SSI, as we sometimes call it, but that's the way I think about it. Anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of that. I'd say when people talk about identity online, they mean literally dozens of different things, and we're not going to change that by defining it in one way. But they all have one thing in common, which is it's always about attaching information to an identifier. And like the concept of identity comes about because we need legibility in systems that are bigger than just a group of us up here who all know each other. And so we need to be able to resolve information and attach it to a driver's license, a social security number, a user ID in a database in the user table. These are all just different permutations of dependably find information attached to an identifier. Self-sovereign identity means that that identifier is controlling that information rather than relying on a third party, as Johnny talked about. We have a direct link between the identifier, whether it's a user or something else, and that information, and have a more trustless, more interoperable system.
I'm just gonna add maybe one thing. Everybody here is probably very familiar with Web3 and the corresponding meaning of Web2. So I read an article some times ago, which is really interesting. The article calls companies like Facebook or Google as identity providers because they actually have a lot of our data and they basically assign meaning to our data and create some sort of like a user profile. So they become a identity provider, which is ridiculous, right? So as we were saying in Web3, basically that client server is going to be your own storage using ceramics or using some other ways to store it, and then this way you can actually control your identity.
I guess I'll go. The way I think about self-sovereign identity is like you become the DMV. Like instead of going somewhere and then someone saying, "Hey, that's who you are," you're like, "This is me, and I'm gonna like share it with you. This is me." And what does that mean? I think practically, this is the lens of Collabland. Let's say you are in some DAO, right, and you've done work. You could actually have someone within that group. You can have your own identity, but someone can attest that, hey, you've done a lot of great work, and that's using the same cryptography that we use on a blockchain. And so now, when I go from DAO A to DAO B, instead of having to start all over again, I'm bringing these like proofs, these like verifiable credentials, and these decentralized IDs, these DIDs over with me. I control and I own them, and I can disclose so that I don't have to start all over again. And so now what we're seeing with identity, I think I've just crept into reputation, and it's like this big rabbit hole to fall into. I think that's why it's so difficult to kind of keep this at a conceptual level, but then also, what does this mean today for me practically?
Right. No, I was going to pass.
Sure. So, I think one of the things that at least for me, leads as a next obvious question, especially as we were talking about identity providers, the Facebooks of the world, allowing us to create these identities that they're potentially portable, right? We're signing in with our Facebook accounts. How does someone in Web3 do the same, right? How do we generate these identities that then can be used across DAOs, for instance?
So every cryptographic key is an identifier. And so it's how do we use those to be the author of all of this data online and use it to bring it with us. Now, just a key on its own doesn't actually make for a really good basis for identity. You can do some things, but it's not durable, it's not resilient, you can't use it across different networks, it's very hard to protect privacy, so there's a whole bunch of reasons why it's a great primitive, but it's not the end state for identity systems. There are a bunch of advances past just a single key pair that you keep in a blockchain wallet that improve upon that. One of them that I think at least a few of us up here are building with is DIDs, decentralized identifiers, back from W3C, that was created by a whole bunch of different companies at the Decentralized Identity Foundation to basically have an interoperable spec for these cryptographic identifiers that can live on many different networks but still interoperate. So there's now dozens of different DID implementations. Now, how those are managed is still an open question with a lot of different possible answers. There are people that have tried to build identity wallets. Johnny and I both worked on UCorn, which was basically building an identity wallet for a very long time. Some of those still exist. The idea there is the way that you would have an identity, a wallet for your blockchain keys, you have a wallet for identity. What we have been doing at Ceramic, what we think is a really good path forward, is to let blockchain wallets and blockchain keys actually become the authentication to these DIDs. So any blockchain wallet becomes the way that you connect, not just to use MetaMask or Wallet Connect, not just to get to your assets and send transactions, but actually to control all of your data and the permissions associated with them. There's a whole bunch of other possible routes too, and that's the one that we see as the most promising and the kind of most streamlined UI given what Web3 is doing today.
Anybody else want to add to that? Covered it. No, we covered it.
Very good. Yeah, you covered it. All right. So, but I guess one thing to challenge the way that we create these identities and the way that we can use them is accessibility, right? So I think one of the things that we're seeing is, especially in DAOs in particular, is you have a group of active members, they're contributing, they're adding value to that community, to that project, but how are we making the use of these decentralized identifiers accessible, right? Because this all sounds great, but like at the end of the day, how do we get started, right? Are there ways to integrate DID straight into where the communities already are, instead of taking them out and building something separate and then trying to implement that back into the ecosystem? So I'm looking at you, but with Collab Lab, but if anybody else wants to take that, please do.
Cool, thank you. It's a very interesting question, and when, just to be blunt, when we started Collab Lab, we didn't think of ourselves as a DID provider or issuing verifiable credentials, but we now believe that it's imperative. And when you're talking about DID, VCs, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of almost solved the production of them. And what you're talking in terms of accessibility is the consumption of it. We need a use case to consume them. And so, fast forward, when we look at the success of CollabLand and where we're gonna go, do we want to be the next Facebook of crypto? I don't think anyone has that interest, especially when it comes to Web3. So now we have this kind of petri dish to experiment with. And so this is why I think it's going to be really exciting. And it's going to emerge from these communities.
Right.
So I think what will happen naturally, I think this will be a narrative, is that you'll have a bunch of people in different DAOs, they're very much high performers or whatever you want to call them, and they're very successful, but they're going to want to start something on their own. How do they do that? And I think what we'll do at CollabLand is just issue DIDs and VCs, and this is part of the conference, and my kind of job is to kind of talk to the leaders here and figure out the implementation details, and then just let people consume them however they want. And so with the, we have 3.5 million wallets. That would be a great deployment playground to start out with. And so what does this look like? I don't know, but I'm just gonna we're just gonna implement it and just kind of have a balcony view and see how people start using it. And that's why we're here today. I don't know all the best of great ideas, right? It's actually gonna come back to us if we just lay out these primitives and these building blocks and let people use the Legos and construct, whatever they want. Right.
Yeah, so that was great. I think to build on that, the accessibility, getting people using DIDs and VCs, that's, I'll try not to share my project too hard right here, but that's what we think a lot about, is that experience of having, a decentralized identity, right? So that, back when Danny and I were working on Uport, this was pre-Wallet Connect. It was pre the DID and VC standards from the W3C. And we were trying to build and experiment with a lot of those pieces, which now are pretty stable. And so now we can focus on the experience of having data that you own, which in like design world, there's this term, it's called responsibilization. Yes. And that's when you change a system in a certain way, and it shifts the responsibility from one actor in the system to another actor in the system. And that's what I think we're doing when we say, it's what we're doing in crypto generally, right? You become your own bank, right? Now you have this responsibility. When we take and put data in the hands of end users now for them to control, it comes with new responsibilities that they haven't had before. And that experience of having that responsibility is something that Disco is super focused on. So we look at every Ethereum address, every Solana address, every Tezos address already as a DID, right? So like you already have, many of you here already have DIDs, really. The DID spec can turn almost any key pair into a decentralized identifier. And one of the great things is it allows for us to tie a bunch of identifiers together so that you can earn reputation on Solana and then disclose it using your Ethereum address, and we really get this multi-chain future thing going, right? This data portability thing everybody talks about going. So yeah, I think it's time for. There's one other kind of, and this is kind of nerdy, but there was an update to how the VC spec, which is verifiable credentials, these packages of data that are verifiable, don't need to go on a blockchain. These are the packages that can contain that stuff about you, that they can contain proof of contributing to a DAO. They can be your driver's license in the future. They can be a medical record. And because we're not putting them on chain, you have more privacy, right? So, though getting those things, a lot of times I think from a user experience level, looks kind of like, people like to see the object, have a tangible experience of the object of value. They like to see tokens with a nice ticker symbol and an icon. They like to see the NFT in their wallet. I mean, we could have done NFTs in which everybody knows they have NFTs in their storage, and we just never show them, right? But that's no fun, right? You want to be able to see them and display them. Lots of people are building products to, have a gallery of your NFTs because it's an experiential thing. I want to do the same thing with your data and help people understand when they're receiving data, who has access to it. And I think we're going to end up needing that kind of like dashboardy thing, for better or worse. It's going to be the experience cost of having this type of freedom and this type of privacy and this type of autonomy does mean we're going to have to ask users to do a little bit more work in managing their data, and we can, we have to make that as easy as possible.
So, one of the things that we're talking about here in as far as identity is concerned is both the ability to earn reputation, through these digital identities, but also the ability to connect these credentials, these verifiable credentials. Maybe we can just touch on briefly on how someone can do that, right? Because we're looking at onboarding with self-sovereign identity and reputation. So on the self-sovereign identity side, there are ways for us to accumulate or manage, some of these experiences, some of these achievements in a verifiable way, but still in a way that's private, right? And I think that I'll get to the question because I realized in the first panel, I was like, well, what was the question? So hang on, give me a minute. One of the things that I realized in terms of this identity and reputation and all that is that, yeah, there's probably a good way for people to kind of get started, create their identity and reputation, but it's how do we allow for people to connect some of these experiences and defining it for ourselves so that we can understand how we can make use of this, right after this, right? So in terms of how we can connect these using verifiable credentials and how that remains private, right? How does someone do that? And maybe you can use one of your projects as an example of how that potentially works.
So I think from our experience, we were trying to see the vision of the space specifically, as James said, a lot of projects will be generating a lot of useful user data, and they'll be issuing out credentials, and there might be different data implementations, but how do you actually connect the space with supporting different implementations, supporting different credentials to be interoperable so they can all be recognized and linked? So I think Orange is trying to do that, and while we're trying to do that, we definitely see it's a very scattered and long tail space because intrinsically in Web3, I think all the leaders are talking about this and we're heading that direction. So every single project will not be saying, oh, okay, your data is stuck with us, right? So we're all trying to make it open. So users can basically take your data around, but that means this is going to be a long tail of data provision in this space, and you sort of need something to connect them. So that's what we're trying to do. While we're trying to do it, we also realize it's also important to assign meaning to these data, and that could be a really big open question, like because it's super subjective. There's different ways of modeling it, there's different ways of labeling it, and interpreting it. So then we try to also build out this tool for different model providers to come and say, hey, this is my way of modeling reputation. You don't have to agree with us, right? There could be new ways, and we're just one evolving space, and everyone is welcome to come and design and compete, or just try it out. So that's what we're trying to do. And one interesting case might be what we were doing with Snapshot. So basically, they were telling us a lot of DAOs are having governance. So we're saying, okay, so let's try something. What if a person's previous track records of how many votes he has casted in a particular DAO, and how many spaces this person is active on Snapshot can be taken into consideration to how much his vote or her vote is going to weigh. So we designed this strategy as a sort of like a demo on Snapshot. But basically what you can do is as a DAO, you can come to Orange and design your own model of interpreting a particular reputation and assign that, translate that into like a weight. And then the user goes and sort of like gain that reputation in the format of a credential or an NFT metadata. And then the project will just query that into the strategy of Snapshot and basically weigh her vote. So I think this is something we're seeing more and more interest as the DAO space is really flourishing, and this could be something interesting as we're building more regenerative communities, as we say.
Yeah, one thing that I think is really interesting that Gloria said that's worth going deeper on is the adoption for decentralized data and reputation probably does look different than assets because assets are scarce by their nature. Data is abundant. And so the actions that people are taking to generate them or to claim or to manage them are going to be very different. And so data isn't necessarily something that you're going to ask users to go claim a bunch of credentials the way that they would go claim a bunch of NFTs or these scarce things on a blockchain. Rather, data is generated constantly every time we open our phones or use an application. It's like the emission trail of being online. And so I think the real key is how do we take that massive amount of data that's being created anyways, it's already there, but make it usable in more ways. And so the standards for how this data is saved and managed and modeled is what enables that. Instead of it just being modeled by, Apple has their definition of a step and it's on their database. Fitbit has their definition of a step and it's on their database. Every single use case, each company right now in Web2 is defining their own data model for it, storing on their own database. When we flip it in Web3, now you can store it on shared infrastructure, but also we can start to share the data models. We can start to share the schema for how this data is managed by publishing it on an open network, making it discoverable, perhaps having signaling around it. Now you have consensus not just on the data, but on the data model. So it's really easy to discover how everybody is doing social graphs, how everybody's doing credentials for reputation. Makes it really easy for app developers to come build a new product or service, and instead of creating their own data model from scratch, they just pick and choose the best ones that already exist, and now they're natively interoperable with everything. And for users, every time they go to an app, all the data that's being generated is just attached, semantically described by that data model. They don't have to do anything except use the app, go to another application that's going to be interoperable. They don't have to do anything is a little bit strong. There's still a lot of permissioning and data management, like what Johnny's talking about, but it's not about creating and saving the data, it's about managing how it's used later on.
Well, I like what you're talking about in terms of data emissions. I say it as like exhaust. So in a specific case of how we can like use this right now, at Collaborative, what we're thinking about is not just gating based off of the assets that you own, but gating off of, and we can generate these VCs where Collaborative will attest that you are early or a early role of women, because it's not about you owning that asset like right now, but maybe it was you had that role in that Discord server 6 months ago, right? When at the beginning of that project, that might be more meaningful than actually holding the asset right now. So we can gate on VCs, not just on the actual asset. And the asset provides this foundation where you now have what I call like this data exhaust that's coming out of it. That you have this asset and it unlocks different things. So if we're on Discord today and Telegram and maybe Reddit tomorrow and then GitHub and then all these other platforms that have APIs, you can actually see what you had access to. And that might be more meaningful as you build up like kind of this data exhaust that you own. And that's what I think is important here that we talk about, and this is why it's rooted in decentralized IDs. Like, people need to begin to understand and learn how to control their own ID. So we think that that's a core principle in Web3 and that we hold really true at Collaborant, and this is why we're like forging straight into decentralized IDs and verifiable credentials, because, you know, like, we don't want this data.
Yeah, I think that that's a really interesting point. It's a little bit of an aside. Maybe hope we're not front running your question here.
I mean, I'm taking a lot of notes, and maybe you are.
But you said y'all don't want that data, right? So I think we're getting to the point where because of, you know, there's a hack of users' data like all the time, right? We hear about it all the time. Data in a lot of ways. For some companies, it's an asset. For Facebook, the data is an asset. For other companies, you might look at it as a liability, right? It exposes you to brand and regulatory risk. And now we have an alternative. A lot of the enterprises maybe, you know, could be kind of cynical about this, but at least what I've heard on the other end of Zoom calls in this situation is, yeah, we're just want to put it back on the user and know that they can't manipulate the data. We want to put it back on them. That way, when they show up, they redisclose it to us, but we store none of it. And now we just have GDPR, CCPA, like, off our back, right? And I think that's an interesting dynamic, is that as the regulatory environment changes, it actually is good for a lot of the stuff that we're all doing, right? I think that a lot of times those laws are in the right place. I mean, you know, how are they enforced and all those things are, you know, other questions, but, you know, creating incentives at the state level that get these enterprises to push data back onto the users is probably good for the future of the internet overall, I think.
No, that's really good. So just to kind of harken back to something that you were saying, James, in terms of these VCs, is I think that I'd like to kind of circle back to is, you go beyond just being a member, right? You're creating value, right? You're unlocking value from those experiences. And through that, you can earn or have incentive alignments that are maybe a little bit more aligned to who you are as an individual based on that Web3 experience overall. Doesn't matter what protocol you're using, it's as long as that's verifiable, that's something that can be leveraged by you to open up new opportunities. And I think that speaks to reputation, right? So hopefully we've got a good sense of what self-sovereign identity is. I'd like to now explore the reputation element of this. Like, how can we unlock that value through reputation? And like, what are some of these opportunities, maybe examples that you've seen of how it's being done today?
Yeah, so a couple of the big verticals where we'll all focus on one. So like, I think everybody here is familiar with the future of work and the DAOs and things like that. And that's a real big reputation market thing, right? That's what job boards are, right? That's what a hiring process is. You're evaluating your resume, is your reputation. A lot of times people hire based on also they want references, right? And that's a common thing. Now you get into like this social, kind of aspect of reputation more than it is just like the raw credentials of I went to X school and I worked at X place. Now they want to also check, social references about like, is this person, a cool person to have at our company. I think that that's going to be, with as many people flowing into this space and learning, and DAOs needing doers, that is a match made in heaven, I think, for the emergence of decentralized identity and reputation. You have the pull of DAOs trying to find the right people. You have the supply of people trying to get into the space and prove that they've done this course or learned these things or have this knowledge. And people are building tons of educational tools to onboard people into Web3. That's what like half of this conference is about. You want to be able to take the next step and prove you completed the last step, right? And so I think that that's where we're likely to see reputation start. There's lots of other places you might see reputation emerge pretty early because the financial incentives are aligned. So I hear a lot about like the entertainment industry and fan loyalty and building up a reputation as a super fan with an artist or a creator or an NFT, especially in the NFT space, and interacting with them across a lot of different touch points and whose APIs don't talk to each other. So you have to be your own personal API to them about what you've done everywhere. And I think that that's another interesting place.
Just to kind of segue off of what you just said, I mean, if we can automate that, like, it's just off to the races. Then others can't compete in this future of work because it's going to be so dynamic, so quick. You're not going to have to coordinate. Really, that's what, in my mind, crypto really is. It's like coordination reduction. Whether it's a peer-to-peer payment or it's a DAO that's like executing a smart contract, I think that VCs and what we're going to see and what we're going to unleash in terms of reputation, we don't even wrap our minds around it yet. But it's going to move very fast, right? So like you see these headlines with DAOs being able to allocate or pull together a bunch of capital in zero time, right? We know that like blockchains are effective means of reducing coordination. We just have to thread that needle, experiment, and find out what is that use case, that shelling point that we can all get to quickly, and then it's just kind of, it's no looking back. That's kind of how it's inevitable. Is it like 1 month, 7, 10 years? I don't know. And so this is what the interest is in terms of like trying to be here at the conference, talking to people, like where is this going and what's going to emerge. So I think it's just like figuring that out and having these conversations. And we're very early. The clay is still wet. Like let's all participate. Let's all figure this out together and be engaged because it's going to get decided soon as people come. When we see this conference here, it's like huge now, and it's only going to get bigger. So I don't know what the answer is. I know it's inevitable and it's going to happen who knows when, but I think it's going to take us kind of experimenting a lot and making a lot of mistakes and being okay with that.
Yeah, I just want to build on what James is alluding to. So I have this observation that Johnny and Jenny have been working in the DID space for like years, right? And it has been a pretty lonely and silent space. It was never in the center of attention. And there was DeFi summer, there was like NFT and DAOs, right? So I'm kind of hoping, because I've been in this space also for some years, this is now the time for DID to take off. Probably because the context of all these other developments generating more and more useful data. Actually, some user behavior data are emerging in a really rapid speed, and so we're telling developers, hey, your project are generating useful data, do you want to issue credentials? Or users say, hey, you have all these data, basically speaking about who you are, your reputation, do you want to use the IDs? But my big question is not there yet. We're still trying to convince individuals and developers to actually do that, right? So on that question, I think we're all on the same side. So, so my big question coming to ETHDenver is also like, what have been the difficulties or challenges why people are still slowly adopting I think that's the journey James is talking about. Yeah, that's something I'm still trying to answer, and really welcome any kind of insights from the audience, and yeah, everyone to tell us what should we do better to make you guys use it. And maybe also the question to everyone here, what kind of challenges you have experienced. And I'm sorry about that. I guess you're all.
This is a panel.
Because I really like to know, like, yeah.
Well, did anybody from the audience want to?
I'd like to add something to the conversation. I personally view SSIs as a response to surveillance capitalism in the Web 2.0 space, right? You know, like just as being these natural resources being mined from, to me, I feel like it's very exploitive. And so, you know, it's just a natural progression that I would want to have control over my identity in Web3 platforms and the transference that or the security that offers me as a potential creator or someone that has a voice in the space. Where I also come from a global citizenship background, and so some of the things that I'm seeing emerging is that this idea of global digital citizenship, right? So as a unified principle for self-sovereign identity. So how can we be these global digital citizens in these metaverse spaces? Like what are some of the ethics and responsibility around that, and the kind of data and the digital footprint that we have in these spaces? And so for me, that's why SSI is important. I'm wondering if anyone on the panel has thought about like this actually being a response to the exploitation of big data in the Web 2.
I can try. I think I won't try to repeat everything, but I think it was basically about how much of this is a response to surveillance capitalism and the exploitation of big data and big tech. Anything else that I missed that's crucial to that? So, I mean, I think a huge part of it is that one observation from the last several points together is often the narrative in this general space is like identity and then reputation and then data. But you talk about we need to like have a lot of experiments and emergence with data exhaust. Like I actually think the order is the other way around. It's data and reputation is just like different algorithms on top of lots of data, and identity is just the way that you like compile all of that into this abstract thing that you call your identity or one identifier. And so I think that the power dynamics on the web are entirely strong, hugely because of how powerful network effects and data network effects in particular are. I think we still, despite the fact that we talk about them every day and that we are so tired of seeing news, still completely underestimate how powerful network effects are. And it has completely held back innovation online because switching costs are so high. And so it's not just about like the last year, especially because so much news about censorship by big tech. That is a tip of the iceberg compared to all the stuff that has never gotten built or posted because nobody can compete with big tech. And so to me, and this gets a little bit to what you said too, I think like it's not about trying to get users to take action, claim their identity, and start to get credentials because that's such a discrete solution to the problem, and it has to build up so far. It's about a new model for capturing all of this data exhaust and massive amounts generated all the time in a way that's interoperable and shared by everybody that can be leveraged by all these different applications, discovered and used, and pretty quickly the composability we talk about in DeFi. Like the rapidity of innovation once you're building on shared foundations is going to be, and we're already seeing, but it's so fast. And the idea of a 10x product improvement that you hear about in Silicon Valley, you got to be 10x better to get people to switch because the switching costs are higher. We don't have that in Web3 because I can use Ethereum one day and Zappify the next, and the next day use both because they do slightly different things, but they're using the same underlying data. And so things get better so much faster. And so I completely agree with you. Like, it is a lot of exhaust and emergence to see what data models are working, and as soon as there's ones that work, on Ceramic, we had someone publish a social graph a month ago. It took off in China. Now a bunch of other projects are adopting the same social graph. You're going to be able to take your social graph with you across a dozen apps pretty soon. And so, is that the right social graph for everyone forever? Probably not. But it gives the ability to overcome the cold start for applications and build so much faster. And so I think that's how we get past big tech and kind of take back some of that control.
Yeah, so the surveillance capitalism thing is a huge issue. We think about it a lot. And I think it comes down to consent and privacy, which I don't think we've touched on yet. Like, that's a huge thing for our team. And that is a hard problem to solve. I want to empower users that have all of this data. They're collecting it. It's in some form of, it's on ceramic, or it's in, some other storage solution, maybe locally stored somehow. I want people to know who can see that. And when I connect to another site, what am I consenting to them, right? So I don't think I want to see a world where users find that relatively easy or have at least some control. You see it in all of the OAuth connection flows. They try and bury it because they want you to share as much data with the next app as possible. This is how the Cambridge Analytica hack happened. Or not, it wasn't really a hack, it was just a user exploit, right? It's a dark pattern or whatever. So that's something that we're focused on, which is when I collect a bunch of data from app 1, and I go to app 2, maybe I don't want app 2 to see all of it, right? Maybe I want it to see some subset, and we have to give users the tools and a good experience of being able to understand and make those decisions. There's a great kind of framework for privacy. It's called contextual integrity by Helen Nissenbaum that we think about a lot, and it's just it kind of has you think about privacy as a set of agreements that are progressive with some entity you're interacting with, and anytime any of those levels of that agreement change, that is a violation of the integrity of the agreement. And so that's very high-minded and academic, and I know that, but we have to figure out a way to, at least in that spirit, capture that at the product level, at the experience level for a user. So, I don't want a user to not understand that they did something over here under one where they think that their identity is self-contained over there, and they don't know that they're essentially leaking their identity into all places of the internet every time they connect their wallet, right? I'm sure, I don't know if we'll get there, but there's a lot of things to say about NFTs for identity and reputation, putting things on chain forever, and exposing it to the world in this global way, right? I've seen projects say, we're going to put medical records on the blockchain. It's just like, no, please, don't do that, right?
At least 3 people in the audience say no.
Yeah, right. And so, so understanding when you start interacting with another party, whether that's an app or another person in some peer-to-peer social network, what can they see about me, right? So I think that's going to be a huge part as we collect more and more data. It gets harder and harder to manage, right? And so, yeah.
There's also this big movement towards digital minimalism. So I think that people within that community would really want to have an SSI as digital minimalists, just to be mindful of their.
Yeah, I mean, it's a part of. Is it Christopher Allen who did the original SSI stuff? Yeah, one of those principles, if you go read his blog on SSI, Christopher Allen, one of those things is minimalization, right? And I think we gotta not lose that because we just want more efficient systems, right? Like privacy, unfortunately, from a lot of app perspectives, is a barrier to use. It's something that you don't want. Facebook does not want you to not share data with them, right? And so the incentives are a little bit misaligned here. And we have to make it easier for users to understand what they're sharing, who has access, how do I take that back, those types of things. And so yeah, I mean, I think we're all working on it.
You have a question?
I have another question.
Okay, I'll be real quick. I have somewhat of a hot take on this. I understand surveillance capitalism. I actually was at Zynga and launched a game called Farmville and saw that explode. And I was like, oh, this is great. And then I'm like, wait a second, what am I really doing here, right? And this is what we're seeing too, with Collabland and pushing users essentially to like Telegram and Discord, right? And you know, I'm coming to this like realization: can we live in both worlds simultaneously, right? So traditionally in Web 2, you think of these platform providers as we're in this like online dark ages where we're just serfs tilling the land. We don't have any ownership over the platform, right? We don't have ownership of our own data like on Facebook, and that's how Facebook monetizes. This is where you get the notion of surveillance capitalism. But now with Web 3, how much of that NFT revenue does Discord see? Right? So maybe it's this like age of enlightenment or age of ownership now, where like they're giving us free commercial real estate. Can we maybe work together? And it's that they will look at these tokenized communities and take feature requests. If they don't, there'll be another Web 2 competitor that will fill that gap. And maybe we move from Telegram and Discord to Reddit or to wherever next. Right? So now there's this kind of this equilibrium. And I'm kind of hopeful for that scenario to play out. And because then what are you going to do? You're going to wait for these Web3 native tooling, and I kind of see that as throwing the baby out with the bathwater kind of thing, right? There's maybe just things that we need to tweak 15, 20% to get this equilibrium.
Very brief. I'll try to give a brief hot take on top of that. I actually think a tweak in the incentives around data makes a massive difference, because right now a few providers have huge amounts of data that they can make massive amounts of money on because it's scarce, because they're the only ones who have it. If you get into a world in which users have control of their own data and can permission it out to all of the apps that they use, data is no longer scarce. Everybody has this really rich trove of data, well formatted, guaranteed to be them, which is really not the case online today. It's a massive supply chain for advertisers. And if I want to, I can trust an app to have access to all of my data. Data is abundant. And so actually, the price or cost of value of data for anybody who's trying to hoard it has plummeted. So now they have less incentive to hoard it and try to exploit users. And so shifting the power dynamics a bit completely changes the incentives for everybody online.
All right, and so there was a question. Oh, there was a question.
Yeah,
Please.
if I may have one more question.
Sure.
So a few of you have mentioned a proof of credentials or proof of experience. So I'm thinking in the real world, like if I've been contributing to a project or a DAO, the way I normally represent those credentials is in more qualitative form. Like I've done X, Y, Z. This is a really impactful initiative that I've delivered. But when I was looking into this kind of space so far, like most of the, like it comes from very quantitative data, right? Like how many snapshots have I voted on, how early I joined Discord. But I feel like there's a very big gap between the quantitative data, which can be very, very misleading. I might not be the most active person posting stuff, but maybe I'm not the best contributor. So how do you make a leap from like this quantitative world to the like more qualitative way of showing your credentials?
Well, I mean, I think that kind of speaks to something we touched on earlier, which is how do we make these tools readily accessible to the community where they're at, right? And so I think it's a matter of integration. If I recall correctly, there was recently an integration between Ceramic and DAOhouse. Is there a way to kind of respond to that based on that recent update?
Try. Okay. So I think that the appropriate reputation depends on the context. Sometimes, so DAOhouse is basically they're using Ceramic to store first profiles, manage profiles, profiles, but also credentials about which different DAOs you're participating in. And so you have to sort of build up this reputation as a DAO participant. In the future, DAOs can also start to use it to manage aspects of their community. And in a small DAO, qualitative reputation might actually be fine, because early on, like you might just need a profile name and be able to recognize that there's just 10 of you in the DAO who's doing what, and you don't need a whole lot. And over time, you might have more fuzzy or qualitative badges. It's as you get to higher and higher scales generally, or less and less familiarity, that you need much more quantitative measures, because now there's not kind of shared understanding and trust and the backbone of, oh, we can police each other and monitor each other. So I talked earlier about kind of data, reputation, identity is kind of how I see the stack. I think creating all of these different credentials and pieces of data allows any given context, application, product, service, platform, whatever it is, to use any of that data and create the reputation that's right for them. And for some that might be a 5-star rating. For others it might be a single score. For others it might just be show the benefits. So I don't think there's kind of a right path, or I think it depends on the context always.
Yeah, I think also standardizing, so there's an idea of schemas around verifiable credentials. So I worked on a product called Certo Schemas, and that was aiming to allow apps and other entities to coordinate on how data should be structured for a given thing. And I think, Gloria, what y'all are doing is probably super relevant here as well. So there's first, like, how should we structure maybe a DAO contribution of some sort? Like what type of metadata should the industry of DAOs standardize on? I mean, these things are standardized in the real world in terms of licenses and diplomas and all of these things are these aggregates of a bunch of pieces of data structured in some way so that every other entity can recognize them and makes things efficient. I think we're going to probably get to a point, I mean, I guess IDX also is doing very similar things, like how do we structure qualitative data to where it feels more quantitative a little bit, and so that's the first thing, and then it's like, I think what y'all are doing is like, you know, how should we score these things? Which things, if presented together, what does it mean? So I think both of those things we have to coordinate around. Maybe this is where token economic things come into play to standardize, you know, to incentivize us to coordinate on schemas, incentivize us to coordinate on reputation scoring models, and because, you know, I think one of you just said it, which was, you'll have as many essentially reputations as you have interactions. That's the way I look at it, right? Like every single interaction, the other party might treat your reputation totally differently, right? Or at least slightly differently, right? And I think we're going to have tons of those models, right? And we need to, you know, and for ease of use, for interoperability, I think we're going to, you know, for like, I don't know, admissions into a DAO or something like this, most of the DAOs could probably get away with all using a very standard one, so they don't have to build their own, right? And so we need to allow this free market emergence of like, for which context, you know, what is the best process for evaluating a reputation, right? So yeah, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yeah, just briefly, I think as John was saying, like there's a lot of context around like how you actually determine a reputation. And I have personal interest in understanding how hierarchical organizations coordinate the work and how they actually can be better than the hierarchical organizations before. Right? One of the insights through like the studies before was non-hierarchical organizations are really difficult to scale and to be sustainable because of the signaling is not always working. And that signal is essential for recognizing different things and competencies and reputations in the organization, let's say. So I think it's something really interesting for the crypto and Web3 space is that it's very interdisciplinary. So I think we need a lot of social scientists, right? Organizational behavior experts to actually come and join to model these things and tell us insights about how we can actually better interpret it and curate and organize human behaviors in a constructive way and work on certain DAOs. So yeah, I think that's something, it's not necessarily only the technical solution, it's actually also to involve other other experts from political science, from psychology, from organizational behavior studies to come and join us and build these reputation models.
I'll just say, I don't understand why there aren't just like political science PhDs crawling around. Like, it is the richest treasure trove of data about designing political and social systems. So yeah, if you know political science PhDs or anyone in that, like bring them in. We need their minds.
Well, I think we may be running short on time, so I want to be respectful of that. If anyone has any more questions after this, please do reach out to any of the members of our panel. You know, I think for me, what's really exciting is something that I don't recall who said it. I think Gloria, it was you, in terms of, you know, DeFi has had its summer, NFTs, DAOs, right? But honestly, the demand for self-sovereign identity reputation keeps growing. And the one metric that to me stood out was Dr. Kelly Page and I were chatting before the event, and she shared that the distribution of the people that are attending ETHDenver is like 30% developers. Everyone else here is part of the community, right? The people that are actually using these products. So it's really exciting because I think that there's huge growth, there's huge demand, a lot of opportunity, and to the point that I think everyone's made here is your voice matters. Reach out, share what it is that you need to see so that we can implement that.
Wonderful. So thank you so much for coming out and sharing your experiences with us. If you'd like to connect with any of the panelists, please visit the Twitter of Panvala HQ. We have shared out and tagged each of our panelists today. We're going to do a slight transition. Have a couple of minutes before our final panel for the day, which is the art of inclusion, Black artists in Web3. So please stick around, we have fresh coffee, chat, converse, and we'll come back with an amazing panel. Thank you.
Don't leave me hanging, Gloria. Hey, just want to say hi and super cool. And I'm Jin Yu. You're asking where those like social scientists. Like, I'm a data scientist.
Congregate
So
myself,
I'm
appreciate
around. Very, very cool. I actually heard about ceramic.
I was starting to get close and then I'm like,
what are you guys like? Like maybe you can tell me about what are you guys focusing on in terms of
Hello. We can take our seats. We have our very last panel for today. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Take our seats. We're going to kick off with our final panel for today. I want to thank everyone for joining us for our BUIDLing conversation on BUIDLing for inclusion. We have had over 8 panels, 1 workshop, a fireside chat, and after our final panel, we'll be moving on to Twitter Spaces to connect our fellows and a lot of our community from across the world on the same conversation. So before we do that, I'm really honored to hand this over to Lee once again to lead a conversation on the art of inclusion Black artists in Web3. So thank you so much.
Well, first off, can we all just give Kelly a round of applause for making all of this happen? Like, you're behind the scenes, I love it, but like a lot of this, like 90%, like my 10% was like, here's some people organism. And so just thank you. Thank you so much for being that. Then also, it's ETHDenver, it's the end of the day. All my fucks are gone, so we're just gonna chat, we're gonna hang out, because like these individuals are so fucking talented. I am so happy that I'm sharing this stage with you all, and like the vibe is just so good. And so I hope you all are able to dig into this as well. And so, you know, just to kick this off, you could all introduce yourselves, and then and let us know what were you doing before you get up.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got time to think. All right, well, hi everyone. My name is Zainab. Afro-Nubian violinist, vocalist, producer, designer, entrepreneur, and that's a new word. Artist is also a thing. All the things, Web3 as well. And yeah, what was I doing before Web3? Pretty much what I was doing now, but with a little less motivation. So I feel like Web3 was an opportunity to tap into the things I was doing before, which is just to create and spread messages through all of that, and really do it through art and healing and technology and education and humanity, you know. So that's really what propelled the whole mission forward. So yeah, I think that's that.
Hi, I'm Sassy Black. I'm a singer-songwriter, producer, actress, screenwriter, some other things I can't remember, but it's not necessary right now. I'm based in Seattle, Washington, and yeah, before Web3, I was like similar to Zane. I was just doing my thing, making music, traveling, touring until the pandemic. Then I went to live streaming on Twitch, IG, and just got to my hologram funk, which is my coined genre of music. So if somebody else says they're doing it, they took it from me, and now it's a record.
What's going on? My name is Jesse Boykin III. I make music and I do art things with my friends. Sometimes people like enjoy it, and I like that. You know, I've been doing this for a very long time, and it's beautiful to see independence transition into the Web3 space and us have access to the valuing ourselves in a real way and not being constricted or controlled by the machine. And so I celebrate that. And I've been about that for a long time. So, you know, you dodge gatekeepers as much as you can, but I feel within this space there's less and less of that. So we get to celebrate ourselves and feed ourselves at the same time. And I think that's beautiful.
So you just mentioned independent, and I'm just kind of like curious. Here's another question for you all, and a 2-part question. One, tell me how you feel about record labels. And 2, kind of like a when or how or what, why did you get started with it? making music, like sharing your music there?
We can go back and forth. Record labels. Well, you know, I think the music industry has changed so much based on technology, as far as MP3 streaming is concerned, and you know, going from CDs, going from vinyls to CDs to Spotify, iTunes, and all these things. And I don't know, they've always positioned the artists in a space where we weren't necessarily allowed to educate ourselves on the business aspect of things. And there's like a kind of like an invisible curtain that was up, and it's still up, you know. And so that's how I feel about labels. It's like you don't care about educating yourself on certain aspects, and you know, you just only want these superficial material, you know, things to see from what you do, then you can do okay. But if you want to create a real impact and you want to ultimately influence people, you know, who are inspired by you to do the same thing, which is educate themselves on both the, you know, the artistic side, but also the business side, then, you know, labels probably not your best bet. But I always say you got to infiltrate to overtake. So that's the thing. And as far as the second part of the question was why did I get into Web3? Yeah, so I mean, I've always been kind of nerdy a little bit. I'm like, you know, I'm a little nerdy, I ain't gonna lie. I'm a nerdy motherfucker. Like, so, so I've always kind of been tapped in and trying to find innovative ways to release my music and trying to find ways to market myself that didn't cost a lot of dollars and bring awareness to what I want to talk about when I want to celebrate. And technology kind of helped me do that. So, I mean, this is just a continuation of that, you know. So you got MySpace, you got Twitter, you got IG, you got Facebook, you got all these different things that brought you access and brought these people to you, you know. So Web3 is just literally, you know, the Super Saiyan version of that, I would say. So I was like, shit, what's next? If they say Web 19 next, and we gonna go to Web 19 next.
I love that. Yeah, you know, labels are an interesting thing. I like owning my music though, so that's most important to me these days. So I think about that a lot, like ownership of myself, my spirit, my creativity. So yeah, I think I'm really good with that. When I speak to labels, you know what I'm saying? I just mosey on down forward. But that I got into Web3 because I like owning myself and my creativity and my spirit and things like that. And, you know, inspired by Latasha's journey and like literally she's the person who onboarded me at Cruisertopia and one-on-one and everything like that, and just seeing other people like myself doing well in the space and people I actually knew doing well. That was really magical because they had already been doing the work for years. And so to see people who I knew were putting in the work for like over a decade doing well in the space and it meant a lot to me. And so I am also a nerd. And, you know, I'm an electronic musician, so I make beats and I make everything in Ableton. I sing and I write and do all this other crazy stuff. I'm doing Star Trek and Star Wars. So Web3 actually only makes sense to me because it's just taking all of my music to that next level and like taking my community building skills to that next level basically, because there's so much more opportunity here at these early stages where we can create something that is sustainable, that feels nice, that we can create these spaces that do feel nice and change kind of like the dynamics of power to some degree, which I've seen a lot of Black people and a lot of people of color working in places of power at the blockchain. Myself, I work in a blockchain-based company right now too. So, you know, seeing those dynamics being changed is really important to me. So being able to invest in that and invest in the future right now, because I remember hearing about Bitcoin and being like, that's weird. And, you know, hearing about crypto, like, that sounds like death. And just being like, I don't know about that, you know? And so now, like, taking the next steps outside of fear to be able to embrace myself and to support and onboard other people into something that can be sustainable and is actually showing those sustainable qualities.
Yes, definitely. I feel so much of that. Honestly, yeah, I mean, labels are tricky. You know, I talk about like a college loan, like, you know, you can have this opportunity to like, you know what I mean?
Shout out Sally Mae.
Basically, you know, you have this $1 million deal and you have to make sure that you pay it all back. You know what I mean? If you don't get that in the micro pennies from streaming, then like that becomes an expense instead of a opportunity. You know, I mean, and it's just nice because it does dangle the like glamour of fame, like, you know, this materialistic perspective of like what music is and what that actual like impact would be, because the impact is more than just like, you know, it could be deeper than just like a trend, just than like a style. So labels are very much like limit your creative freedom, you know what I mean, and your message at that, because I know like more socially relevant topics, social justice, climate change, all these things that you like said is controversial are being spoken about in music that are mainstream. So there's opportunities to actually take control of the narrative and what we want to put into our music and the message we want to spread. So yeah, labels I feel like limit the freedom. So that's not for me. I feel like Web3 creates this level of freedom that you know, you do have more control of what's going on with the things that you create. You know what I mean? There's no reason a label should take a percentage of the music that you created, or if they have other people create it for you and you have no creative say in it, you know, just to fit a trend. So there's a lot of dynamics within that, and so I feel like, you know, this Web3 is actually, it was that light to me instead of, you know, like here's the fame, it's more like here's the freedom to me. So Web3 allows, you know, the community to actually build for opportunities to come from your actual story and your experience. You know, you're not limited to what the media wants to, you know, like frame you as. So, yeah, there's that.
All right, and so you had mentioned fear, right? Like there's a sense of fear, like with going into the unknown, and also new infrastructure, new technologies. Like it's streaming, but it's not what it is, but it's different. You own it, you see the transactions, you know what's happening to you, what you do. So, you know, there's a sense of fear, and then I think that it's probably like overwhelming for a lot of people. It's like they start to do it, and then you see all these numbers, you see the cryptographic hash, you're trying to set up a wall, and you're like, oh my god, I don't want to lose anything, so I'm just gonna go back over here. So, what are some of the most difficult things that you have had to navigate with your journey into Web3 as a musician?
I think on top was just valuing myself. And that is what I do with every musician that I'm trying to onboard into the space. Like, and not just me like being like, you should do it, you should do it. As well as like, you're like, I want to do it, but then like, how will I ever sell anything? How, like, should I sell it at this point? Or how will anybody ever buy anything? And it's like one of the most depressing conversations to have, honestly, because you realize how brainwashed we've been as creators to devalue ourselves. Like, music is everywhere, so people instantly devalue it. Like, you're on hold at Walgreens and you hear the same old song, you know, you're like, whatever. You're in the elevator, you're like, whatever. You're a car commercial, like, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You're on the radio. You take music for granted. And so it's instantly devalued in that sense. And then also the fact that, you know, like, for those who know, like there's like pay-to-play gigs and things like that, where people set you up, where there's a promoter who tells you you have to pay them money in order to perform at a club. So there's like so many systems in place to train artists to devalue their creativity. And so that's one of like the hardest conversations to have. It's like, why would anybody spend this much money on this? Why would anyone buy this? Why would anyone invest in this? Like, why can't music be a fine art? Why can't it be something that's highly valued? We go to school for it, we study it, there's a theory to it, it's a whole science. It's science, it's math, it's like, it's environment, it's all things put together, you know what I'm saying? And we need it on a regular basis, you know? So like, that's like one of the hardest conversations, and was the hardest thing for me, because like I started with 2D art, and then I put my first music NFTs out on ETH. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna keep doing that, because I said I spent my whole life writing songs. I spent my whole life studying this. So I think that's like the hardest thing, because people are constantly asking me, and even after they made their own sales, even really, you know, I've seen successful artists like, will people buy this? Still, you know, constantly having that conversation.
Yeah, I think speaking to the fear thing, because I mean, I'm piggybacking off Sassy, but speaking to the fear thing as far as being a black artist specifically, even if you just think about being American and being black, And like, I had a conversation with an artist the other day about traveling. And it's like, a lot of times people don't even leave where they're from, you know, and they don't know to. So they don't understand anything to look, they have nothing to look forward to, you know? So it's like, I always say, if you check overtake, because I'm like, okay, if I want to be a painter and I want to be as big as, I don't know, Picasso or whatever the case may be, I probably want to go to where he was at, where he lived, walk around, chill at the coffee spot he used to kick it, I don't know, you know, like I would want to experience that fully in a way where it would inspire me to know what my value is based on something that I'm fighting for, that I'm going after. And I think as a black artist, it's really hard to do that if you're not open-minded, you know, and it's really hard to understand the importance of being open-minded as an artist in a lot of spaces when you are valued the way you are, like what Sassy's saying. So for me, it's always been a fight to demand what it is I deserve, and this space makes it a community. Like it's like an army fight. It ain't like a just me by myself. Like, all right, so I'm gonna negotiate this contract. It's like, nah, hey, look, you about to drop this at this? Nah, drop this at this, mint this now. I'm gonna do this week. They're gonna do this. They just did this. They just sold that. It's like a synergy that is happening amongst a very large amount of people at a very fast rate. And it's beautiful to see because it's just creating more fearlessness within black artists, period, you know, and you transfer that over into the Web2 space. And so when you go to a meeting, you have talks with brands and partnerships and all these things, you understand where your value is. And I think that's the most important thing about this conversation. You know, it ain't even just about like, oh man, I just sold some shit for 2E, I'm lit. Like it's not really about that. Like that's cool, but it's more so about like, I sold something for 2E, you know, a girl who I know who worked twice as hard sold something for 3, and then he sold something for that much, and he got bought 0.1 of mine, and I got 0.5 of his, and it's like we're doing this thing where we're actually creating a motherfucking fireball that we never had been created because we didn't have a community of conversation. Like no one talks about what they get for shows. You'd be surprised. Like I call one of the homies and be like, "Yo, what you got to pay for the show?" They'd be like, "This." I'd be like, "Why would you do that?" But they wouldn't know that because to them, they're leaving their house. They're getting to do what they love, so it doesn't matter. But you know, you fight for what you fight for. As long as you fight for it, you need some help. You know, and I think this is what this is. It's just like a lot of help. You know, it's beautiful.
Wow, yeah. Oh my gosh. This is just alpha right now. Everything that everyone's saying. My key, right? It's the energy for real. And some more Web3 words. FUD is fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So like along the lines of fear. And the fact that this is a conversation is really like, it's like vulnerable. It's powerful because this is for real what people go through. Like, even the way I feel before I'm into something, like, you know what I mean? That, like, it's a moment, is this the right price? It's just like doubt for real, and like, is my art worth what I put into it? And it always is, you know what I mean? But like you said, it's unlearning, just like a lot of what the industry kind of limited us to, or even being outside of the industry and being completely independent as an artist, you know? And just the hurdles you have to climb to like get paid to play, or like, book a venue, come out of pocket, just to host like an EP release. Like, you know, there's a lot that goes into just even launching in Web2. And so Web3 is like, yeah, the fear, the technology, the, you know, just trying to innovate different communities, just the way that you're even learning the platforms and marketplaces and the lingo, and like, it's a big learning curve, you know? And so that unknown really, and just that, you know, passion that we have for our art, you know, that's something that we're giving to the world. Like that's something that we're actually releasing, you know, like actual release is that. It's like an emotional release for me, or it's just that release of something that I need to put out into the world, and now this is a way to digest it, whether it's a message, whether it has, you know, purpose within the communities and like utility, and there's so many ways to really evolve like what value means and like what you're getting out of something. Because it is like a monetary thing, but it's also a connection. You know, even just example, I actually, one of my collectors I met at, in Miami. And then so now they came to Denver and they're hosting one of our events. And it's just like a longer term collaboration where it's like more of this level of appreciation, I think, than anything. Because it's like people could buy the 99-cent, you know, Apple And it's like, great, now I have like millions of opinions, from that. It's like literally just fractions of what we deserve, from the efforts it takes to market and to, really be consistent as an artist. So I feel like NFTs really allow creativity to be involved with the process more than like marketing. Like you are marketing yourself through your music. Like you don't have to do the most, and like it's just a more natural and more authentic process, honestly. So yeah.
This is so awesome. Listening to you all the time. Yeah, I really very much so appreciating this. But Jesse, you mentioned something that I kind of want to touch on a little bit. Being Black in America as a musician, I think that we are all brainwashed, really. And so, like, and you also talked about and touched on that knowing your value and knowing your worth. And then, like, we have so much learning, unlearning that we have to do to put ourselves out there. And then not only, you go through that process and you put it out there and it's out there and you're like, oh my God, like, I'm just like one of like 500 million other musicians and their grandmothers. And I'm putting out more music and you're trying to figure out like this, establishing your self-worth with your music. So I mean, like really, you're digging in there and you are taking something out and putting it out there. You're like, please like it. Why don't you like it? Why am I not famous? Am I famous? I don't know. There's just like so much that just goes into that. And so I think that it is so important as like not only as a BIPOC artist, as an artist, as a individual in this space of knowing your value, sticking to it, and asking for what you deserve. I mean, it might be different if you're like going into like some like corner club and like, why aren't you paying me $1 million? I mean, like, maybe think about that. I mean, but who knows what people will do in 2025? That might be an accurate request. But I just think it's like so important to make sure that like if you're creating something and your heart is in that, there isn't a price tag for that. And so you need to stick with that. You need to trust in that and trust. If you feel good about it, stick to it. Make it happen. Trust in it. Because you are the only one that can tell you anything about it. It's good or not. And so with that, knowing your self-worth, being Black in America, unlearning all this programming, and digging into the trenches of you and like bypassing all of that. What tips do you all have for success in left field? Think about that some more. I'm liking the fur on your brow.
Right.
One of my favorite artists is a guy named David Hammonds, and it's probably about 70 something now. And 3 summers ago, I went to Hosmer Work, which is one of my favorite galleries in LA, and they were like showing me around all these pieces. He had a show there, and there was a bowl of water that was on the wall. And then next to the bowl of water was a printout of an email. And it was being sold for $2.5 million. The bowl of water was a snowball that he made in 1985 that he tried to sell to this woman. And she had to write an email back to him saying she couldn't buy the snowball because her accountant said she couldn't insure it. It's for $2.5 million. It's a bowl of water and a piece of paper on the wall. But the intention of what he was doing was it was connected to a project where he went outside and says, I'm gonna make all these snowballs. I'm gonna sell snowballs for $100,000 each and see who will buy them. In 1985, and he sold damn near all of them. Then he made a book. Then 10 years, 20 years later, he put one of the snowballs he couldn't sell up for $2.5 million. And for me, I was in there like looking around like, this is bullshit. This is some bullshit, And the woman was telling me, she's like selling it up, like, yeah, everything in here over 2.5. And I'm looking around like, this is the craziest hustle of all time. Like, bro is the illest hustler, and I love hustler energy. So I'm in there, I'm really trying to figure it out, and I'm like, oh, this is the intention. Like, it's like playing out a story all the way to the end and being like, I played the story all the way to the end. What I went through to endure, whatever ridicule I got, whatever shit talking I went through, whenever somebody brought me some doubt, bad reviews about my art being trash, whatever the case may be. So y'all making me go through all that shit, that bowl of water cost $2.5 million. And I was like, God. So as far as going back to what Sassy was saying earlier about being in the industry and in the art industry and the music industry for such a long time, and enduring so many different emotionally challenging moments in time, hitting rock bottom 10 times over, sleeping on motherfuckers' couches, going to Europe and doing shows and staying in hospitals, doing a whole bunch of stuff nobody know you doing, because you love it so much that you can never explain. Now, this is why this song costs this much. And my intention of the work I put in and the things I've endured emotionally and the people that have left my life and all kind of catastrophe that has come my way based on this thing that I've seen in my head that nobody can see is why I'm going to continue to fight. And this space helps me put up that piece of that bowl of water and say $2.5 million is cool with me. You wasn't there in 1985 when I was outside in -7 degrees selling $100,000 snowballs, trying to figure out if that was even a thing. So that's the thing, really. It's just the intention of being an artist that is so devoted into what it is you do that you can express your devotion. And then you can name it, you can price it at whatever the fuck you want if your belief is connected to what you made. And I think this is the world we're in, and this is why we need to fall into this shit, all the way.
Yes, I love that. Actually, intention definitely was something that resonated, because I think it is important. Like, why is this worth so much? Like, is it going to be something that sits on your wall and you're going to look at it? Can you interact with it? Can you use it for material purposes? Like, whatever. There's different even levels when it comes to like what you decide to give someone with your art. And so, like, even for, I think, musicians, like, merchandise and clothes and things that are even, like, that make you part of the brand and part of the community. And it's not necessarily the brand, but the branding of it, so is that something that people are getting as a result of your art? Is it actually giving back to bigger causes, And that's something I always think about when it comes to utility, because we are passionate about clothing, making custom one-of-one pieces, so that way it fits in line with someone purchasing the song and then getting a piece of clothing that looks or it speaks to, what the song is trying to portray. And, from my experience, I was able to use, this whole platform as a tool to give back. And, creating a song around a certain theme or a revolution in Sudan specifically for me was about the Sudan Revolution. So, I created a song based on that. I was raising awareness while, the song was being created and while things were happening. And then the collector actually was able to help contribute a portion of the proceeds from the NFT to the revolution and to the people that needed it. So it actually had real life utility and long-term utility that's actually impacting communities and, solving the needs of that particular community. So, I've done my research, working with the people, I've traveled to Sudan, I'm first generation. So that was like very important to me to be able to get back and use the platforms and the privileges I do have to actually affect positive change and do what all of this circulation of wealth should actually be distributed as well. So I think that's an important aspect when it comes to pricing, because it's not just for you, it's something you're going to reinvest in the community, reinvest in other artists, reinvest in the communities that need it, that don't have access to the technology, and so I feel like this could really be this perpetual circular process of giving back and continuing to make sure it reaches the ones that need it, and that way we can all, elevate together if we help everyone up in the process. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for the community, and I think it goes beyond just the price tags. You know, if you can affect 100 different lives, thousands of lives, then that amount is actually goes way farther, you know. And so,
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I definitely agree with what has all been said. I think in terms of like success, it's such a weird ass word.
Right.
Because everybody has a different idea of success. Somebody might be like, I need like 4 beds and I need a house in Seattle, but also in Portugal. And then Seattle is expensive, so I need a tiny house built in a little shed in Seattle. You feel me? But then a larger house in Utah. You know what I'm saying? You know, like people have all kinds of different concepts of success. So I think like really evaluating what that is for you as you approach the Web3 space. And like for me, like I think definitely think about your intentionality with your work, because there's some stuff I won't put to the blockchain because I think about my collectors and who my collectors. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out like what the ecosystem is, given how many people actually have crypto and actually navigate with crypto, and then also the smaller percentage that even dabble with NFTs, and then the even tinier percentage that think music has any utility in any scope in the NFT space. Some people still don't believe in music NFTs. Like I see people on Twitter spaces all the time, and I do hang out on NFT Twitter a lot. You know, they'll be like, so what? I don't understand it. And these are musicians or just random people. Be like, so why music NFTs? Why did I do that if I could just listen? Like, why do you do anything? Like, why do you pay for Hulu when you could just get it from the home? Like, I don't know what you do with your time or your money. Like, why do you have to be all kinds of crazy stuff? You could just hang out outside Best Buy and watch whatever's on there. You know, like, you don't have to have a TV. I don't know what you do with your money. You know what I'm saying? So people ask all kinds of outlandish questions, you know what I'm saying? And for me, I just think it's like really thinking about why your art should move the way it does, like how it impacts people, just like everything everyone's been said. I price my music with the intentionality, knowing that I did go to school for music, know that I have studied, know that I have poured my money, my blood, sweat, and tears. My parents put money into it. My homies put money into it. I gave hella money to other people who don't give a damn about me anymore. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just put so much money out there. So now I tell people, like, this is nice. Like, I'm finally getting paid back a little bit of what I put in. And this, like, even if I made 20 ETH, I'm still getting back just a percentage of all the energy I put into the world. And so, with that said, like, I think success depends on what you are looking for in your life. And for me, I just want to be the best person I can be. I want to be the best artist that I can be. I want to move people to feel when they hear my music. I want them to feel something when they see my art. And I make with the thought that I'm a scientific musician. I experiment a lot. I want to encourage people to experiment and have fun with music and not think it's something that they shouldn't have access to create. So I'm trying to push that forward in terms of what I'm creating as well. So I think when you think about success, really think about what's realistic. And will any of these things that we see in TV or whatever medium of media you're digesting presents as success as something that's like realistic or sustainable, or will it drown you? Like eventually, like you're just wanting these things that you cannot obtain or you cannot maintain. And when you get it, will it be worth it? Because you won't have any friends now. You know what I'm saying? Or you might have a couple cars, but like, are you driving them all? Like, I don't understand. So, you know, just being reasonable, I think, getting into the Web3 space. Oh, and then lastly, I'll say, also, be patient with your sales. You know, I think that's one thing that's really important too, because people really expect, like, I didn't sell out. I'm waiting months. You might have to wait that time. Like, what, also, like, how are you navigating the space? Are you showing up for other people? Because I'm a collector. I bought a lot of people's art, and I will continue to as I get more money and do my thing. I'll continue to onboard people, and I will continue to collect, and I will continue to show up to people's drop parties or whatever, their concerts, and keep showing up like I always have. So I think that's also a part of the ecosystem too, is just having patience in that process.
You got some good ass questions, Lee.
I know. Oh, like, I'm sorry.
We've been here for 4 years.
Open
up
the gates, let the emotions out, share with the world.
You know the full moon just hit last night. Oh hell no.
Yeah. I'll let you sit. I got
I said, my thoughts are done. So like, you just let it out, let it roll. I'm here for it. And so, you kind of mentioned, we're talking about success. We're talking about value. And one thing I'm gonna throw out there is that I do work for the super rare team. And one, be patient with yourself. Like, there are so many fucking artists that message me, it's been a month, why haven't I heard back? Be patient, be patient. And I didn't sell out immediately. Be patient. So that's the first piece of advice. The second piece of advice, knowing your value. Like, don't just put shit out there. Like, if you're just like cranking it out, like Annie on the farm in the 20s, just baby after baby after baby after baby. Be patient. Just take your time and don't worry about so much that you just create content, yes, but works, pieces, they are valuable. This is not water. This is your creativity, your soul. Respect it and do what makes you feel good inside. This is not a sprint. This is a marathon. So like take your time and hold on to your shit and respect it and put it out there for the world to see you at your finest, not just Annie on the farm. I mean, sure, she's a diesel tractor trying to turn, but you just, maybe have your Tesla or, be sophisticated. And, take your time, have a smooth ride, do what works. It will show. It shows. Like I said, I work at Super. It shows. It shows when you're just cranking stuff out, okay? Crank it from your heart, when your heart is ready, and take that time that it needs to, be able to make that happen. So, when making things happen, and, you see so much hype, you see, oh, Bitcoin prices are soaring, oh, there's this wave, I gotta ride it, but I gotta bail, am I too late, am I too early, I don't know how to do it. So, one question that I get a lot is that some folks feel as though that they've missed out on this wave. And it's too late for them. It's too late to be in the metaverse. It's too late to be in Web3. It's too late to make NFTs and everybody knows about that. Honestly, from my perspective, this is only the beginning. Like the real set has not even rolled in yet. We're getting ready to ride. It's like, we're getting geared in. But I just wanted to know your opinions. Am I too late?
I mean, obviously, I think we're all like recognize that it's still new. One way that's gonna be like waves are, ever flowing. Like there's gonna be more currents and more opportunities and more ways to grow and learn from it, evolve from it. So I don't think the first wave it's not. I don't know. I think we're still riding it. Like where are we? What is this? It's moving so fast. Like it's Web3. You know what I mean? It's days and nights are running into each other, and it's just this like fire to create and fire to connect and fire to fly to ETHDenver, and you know what I mean? It's just like this energy that it just allows you to want to dig deeper, because you really do like to start to learn as you evolve with it. So I think it's evolving. The next wave is going to be stronger. The next wave after that, like we're going to learn more. We're going to have more experience and more insight. So I think there's many ways to come. You feel me? And so I feel like no one's too late. I think someone said, and I'm not sure what the numbers are right now, so I'm not quote. But there was something it's under 1 million wallets have been created. Is that not? He's like, no. Is it? He was like, so, and if you think about that in the population of the world of like, even just think a theoretical number, but anything over 500,000 people is not that big, you know what I mean, for a community just involved in crypto. And so I still knew even just the aspect of crypto and even Apple Pay. And like, we're still evolving, it's taking time to actually move into like digital currency and digital art and, and then making it physical, making it real life experiences. So, I think as it evolves, newer people will contribute new ideas, and it's never too late to to be a part of, you know, this movement. Because I think it grows and it becomes more powerful, like, the more of us that are involved and are putting in work and efforts and education and, you know, just even the way money circulates, you know, it's just building financial systems for freedom, and not systems, but decentralization of our money, but and of our art, you know, and having the opportunity to know exactly what's going on in the blockchain, you know, and go to Etherscan and like being as transparent as it is. You know, there's just ways that's going to keep evolving. We can get new information and find ways to adapt. So yeah, it's never too late.
I was gonna say, y'all late as hell. And if you haven't already made NFTs, just stop. We're already overpopulated, but if you wanna collect, come on down. No, I'm just kidding. You know, things keep moving. I'm just trying to balance these things out a little bit. You know, we need some more crypto collectors in the market. I mean, truly. With that said though, you know, as soon as you say we're early, it's already happened. Like the moment's already passed, but there's plenty of time, you know, like, you know, people are waiting for, what do we wait for? Like, what do you wait for? Mass adoption? Like, okay, you have like crypto.com, you have all kinds of little crazy things, you know, you have Grammys dropping NFTs, you have Macy's dropping NFTs, Pepsi drops it. I mean, like, I don't know when are we early, when we late? Like, for what? Like, for everybody to close down the banks? Okay, that'll never happen. Like, what are we waiting for? What, you know, like in context to what, you know, like there's time to still get in here. There's still time to make friends. I mean, and build community and build collectors and build like artist communities and different things like that. I see people coming in all the time. I see people who are well established coming in and people who've never made music or never made art coming in, you know, and they're faring, I don't know, fairly, you know. I guess it really depends on the intentionality again to see how late or early you are. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I heard about NFTs like 3 years ago, so maybe probably like 2018 from my friend Summer Watson. She's the first person to mention those letters to me. She works with Michael Johnson at Off-Hugo, for those who know what that is. But I was like, I don't know what those letters mean. I'm okay. I'm just going to tour till I die. So thanks for the advice. I'm not going to get into that real quickly. That thing, I'm already on my death row. You know what I'm saying? So then I finally got into it. But I watched my friend Natasha from February of last year jump in September. It didn't make it until October. You know what I'm saying? And now I work at a blockchain company, which is ironic. So, you know, but I still took my time to do the research. So, you know, yeah, do your own research. So I think like that's how you really determine if you're late or early. It's just by doing your own research and following your gut into the space, because you can jump in right now and start minting a bunch of stuff, but if you don't know what you're doing, you'll lose hella money in the process. You probably lose your seed phrase. You probably just tweet it out. You know, I have no idea. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like you really have to pace yourself, do your own research, and figure out how it's going to work best for you to get into the ecosystem. You know, early or late, in my opinion.
I feel like y'all touched on that. Like, no, I got nothing to say. But I just show up when I'm supposed to show up, man. And I put my whole heart into it. And if they don't want me here no more, I leave that motherfucker, man. Go somewhere else.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. And I just wanted to say that Jesse and Zanib, Sassy, we're going to have to get them next year. But they're going to be performing at the Temple after party, the Earth Beats party, Sunday night. So, oh my God, this shit's going to be so lit. This is going to be so lit. So, but thank you so much for joining us today. And
y'all make
yeah,
some noise
thank
for
you.
me
For being here, for sharing your perspectives. If you want to follow any of the artists, we have tagged them on Panvala's Twitter account, Panvala HQ. So this concludes our panel. Yeah, before we close out today, I wanted to introduce you to someone who has inspired all of this, who put everything in motion for Panvala. I think it's Noran, our founder. So I want to hand the microphone over to Noran to give a few words around Panvala and his vision for it into the future.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for being here today. Thanks for everyone for coming. Again, it's been a great day about inclusion in Web3 and what that really means. The reason why Panvala put on this event is because the work that we're doing, the world that we're trying to build, literally depends on all of you. It depends on inclusion. What we're trying to do is organize a network of communities that work together to drive resources to community life. If there's a community you're part of, especially if it's a DAO, especially if it's already including crypto people, but even if it's not, we will work with every single community, as many communities as possible, to drive more resources to community life. We believe that community life should be the focus of our society, and that to get together through collective action, we can shift value from middlemen in our economy to the communities that we care about. Instead of Mark Zuckerberg pocketing all the money from your invention and using it to buy more of Hawaii, I think that value should go to our communities to be able to control. And the way we're going to achieve that is through collective action. So we want you to join Panvala. Go to join.panvala.com. If you're part of a community that you think should be part of this network, which I'm sure many of you are, we want your communities to join. If you're an individual who wants to join that way, we want you to join as well. Together, through collective action, I believe we can drive more value, but more value in control of every single person, not just people who own a ton of assets, but literally working class people through collective action. That's what makes life better for more and more people. So we want you to be a part of that. Thanks for coming, and looking forward to seeing you throughout Panvala.
Thank you so much. Before we close out, I just want to give everyone a heads up. We have an event, Collective Action Passport kickoff call. You can learn more about that. It's on Thursday, February the 24th. Thank you very much. There is a whole group of people who couldn't be here today who are called the Panvala Fellows. We're a group of individuals who actually are across the world who help support Panvala in its mission and what it's doing. They are currently now on our Panvala Twitter space, where they're continuing the conversation with individuals, members of our community who couldn't be at ETHDenver this year. So if you are going back to your room or you do want to tune in, please do so, or check out that recording a little bit later on. But Lee, amazing partnership to get this whole day going. Rachel Holmes, who couldn't be here, but she has been on the live stream, she's been on the Twitter, and this would not have been possible without her as well. So big thank you to everyone. Enjoy ETHDenver, and remember, we're building for inclusion.
Thank you. That work. Hey. Thanks.
I work with
Okay, good to know.
24/7, so I'm actually ETHDenver set up sports council.
So you're gonna be here with
I'll leave it.
All right.
I'm gonna be here all the time.
So we're setting up at the museum. So at the Culture Museum, that's where our event's going.
Okay.
So we're literally like
sure, and I'm gonna do an interview too. Like we're broadcasting this out
tomorrow.
Tonight.
It's tomorrow. Nice. I came out. All right. Wonderful. Okay.
This aligns.
But it's gonna be all night. Yeah. The Culture Museum.
I know
Where
Dan
Rob's
and
spot was
Derek
like
and all
around
those guys.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. I mean, so did we.
Thanks a lot. That's awesome.
Thanks.
Of course.